what is, if you can just tell me like what is the subject stream you are doing, like your agriculture or like, you are doing a special. Okay. So we have somebody from Australia as well, right? Okay, interesting. So this is not a like Sri Lankan program, right? Like so this will be an international program. Shamini Kaushal, it's interesting. So I'm in a different country right now, and we have a participant from Australia as well. So nice. Okay, interesting. Pulasti microbiologists who work in a medical device manufacturing company. Pulasti, are you from Sri Lanka, like or different country? So people might ask, like, why somebody from medical device industry join for food safety. All right. So medical device, there's a special standard called. Let me reply. Where is it? Uh, Medical device, there's a special standard called ISO 13485. ISO 13485 2016. That is for medical device. That's an interesting standard. Very few people are like certified in Sri Lanka. So if you want, you can open your mic and talk, right? So don't worry about it. So we'll have a two-way communication. That's easy. So we have somebody from medical device. So let's see. Uh, okay, food technology, uh, food production technology management. Okay, we have majority student, right? Biosystem, food science, BTech. Okay. Okay, so Pulasti, like you said, like he wants to move into the industry, but the medical device industry is a very massive industry. But only problem is Sri Lanka, we don't have much opportunity right now, and even like when you do this, plus you can search. I just
Boleh,
mentioned
boleh
it
tu.
in the chat. ISO 1345 medical device. That's a seriously very good industry. Um, Graduate from science, fulfill gap between academic and industry training. Okay. Uh,
Wah, itu ni macam
food
yang gue
techno-
bang dia ni. Ini nama
මොකක්ද
aku ni.
වෙන්නේ?
Kode dia kat mau.
ලස්සන මොකක්ද ප්‍රශ්න කෝඩ් එක මොකද තියෙන්නේ? Okay, so I think like okay, we have a Amsha, so from coconut oil related product manufacturing. Okay, coconut oil mean Amsha, like is it virgin coconut oil? DC. Okay, we have somebody from coconut industry. Uh, okay, right. Okay, I think like very few people from industry, right? Minoru, you can help me if you want. Okay, Shamani, related to Australian plants, new product development. Okay, right. Okay, Shamani is interesting because we are not going into that detail today, but some multinational companies they practice de-hazard.
Device kita start dengan mana device kita try kan aku?
All de-hazard, right? So de-hazard is a design hazard. So when you want to implement a new product, right? When you want to implement a new product, so you basically,
Aku berapa ni?
Minuta, your mic is on. You want to add anything? Okay. So, right. I'm just mentioning like, I think like we have somebody, a new product development part, Chamini, right? So, Chamini, when you do a new product development, like, we basically talk about the DHACCP concept. We are not going to discuss that, but if you search, you can find information. A lot of multinational, before they launch a new product, they go through a design HACCP. So you can identify your critical control point even at the design stage. So when you come to operational stage, which we are going to discuss today, and we are going to do a lot of case studies. Like before that, you identify your design CCP, these CCPs. So it's a nice concept. Uh, in Sri Lanka, we don't do this much, very much, but a lot of multinational they do that. Okay. Um, okay, right. I think like majority of you all like from the university, and then few of you are coming from industry. So if I'm like just make sure like yourself is available when I have a question, like and then if you have a question also, like use the chat. I think like now we can stop sending feedback about your background. I think like I have a good understanding. So let's start the program. Okay, right. Minura, we can start, right? Procure team. I think like your majority of the of here, right? We spent about like maybe 15 minutes discussing about the teams and all. Minura, I think like we should start, right? Without wasting time because there's a lot to cover.
Sure, sir.
Right. Okay, let's start. Right. So now this standard ISO 22000 2018 version. Actually, it is in line with the new structure. So let me go through the new structure first, right? There are a few principles. Based on few principles only, this standard has been developed, right? So FSMS mean food safety management system. So I'll try to go like, since most of you are coming from a university background, right? And when we try to do a case study, maybe you can take some case studies from like your home, because your kitchen you prepare food, right? Starting with making a tea and all. So that try to make a process all right, whatever. So or maybe if you're coming from industry, you can take some example, say coconut product, like you have a coconut oil, like starting from hatcheting, how we're going to do, and then maybe new product development. We'll say you are going to develop like a margarine product, or maybe a plant extraction or whatever. So how we're going to do that part, right? So and then the medical product, we are not going to go much into that because it's a total different game. So under medical product, we are not actually using uh, the HACCP concept. Uh, we are using a different concept, like we call failure mode effect analysis, FMEA, right? That's a different methodology. It bit advanced, right? FMEA methodology, but we are not going to discuss that. But that is very specific for medical product. But in Sri Lanka, we are not manufacturing a lot, but there are places they manufacture medical product as well, right? We are actually working with the medical product, right? Now come back to the food safety management system principles. They are a very important part. Interactive communication is very important because see, as a graduate, like you're getting to the industry. So when you get into the industry, you should be able to communicate with your top management as well as the workforce team, right? Like so then you can see the education level is totally different, right? So if you go and talk to the top management, sometimes like they are not coming from a technical background. Say your CEO or your general manager, they might sometimes come from a different background. So you should be able to explain them without going for a high end technical, say, so there's a violation of CCP, right? So people might ask, okay, what's wrong? So if there's a violation, like correct it. And then what happened to that particular product? You might say, okay, we need to discard it. They will say, no, that's huge expense. Right. So these are the problem you're going to face in future, right? So it's a huge expense. So you will say, okay, no, can we rework it? So that's the first question from the top management. So you should be able to communicate with the top management. say, okay, look, this is the problem. If there's a violation of the CCP, there can be a microbial growth. So if there's a microbial growth, and then if that goes to the market, and if there's an issue with the customers, so there will be a such legal complication. And then again, you will be losing your customers, right? Or maybe like, if there's a violation of physical hazard, so that will go into the product, right? So then if they identify a customer complaint, imagine if they put it like, you can see a lot of like, some industries, people in Facebook right now, they will say, okay, I saw this particular product inside my the product can, right? So if they put that into the Facebook or social media, right? Earlier, it was not that critical, because if somebody wants to communicate, they had to go through a basic mass media, like the TV and a newspaper. But right now, it's other way around. So anybody can like communicate with the mass majority. So you should be able to communicate with the top management about this, right? And another way around, like the communicating with your lower workforce, because you are joining to the middle part of the organization, very crucial. And then workforce, if you said, okay, there's a violation of CCP, people don't understand sometimes. So you need to upgrade their knowledge, right? If you somebody said like, okay, you have to maintain this temperature, people doesn't know like why you need to maintain this temperature. So you can't go into a lot of technical terms, right? So that's the problem we see right now. So people know about the technical, like you learn everything from the university, and then if you try to communicate everything to the workforce, they don't understand. So this is like, you need to understand, depend on the organization. Say, for example, now somebody working in a medical device, they the level of education in the medical device field, that is different, because getting into a medical device, you need to have a certain understanding, certain qualification. But we have a friend like who work in coconut industry. So the coconut industry, there's a certain portion of the people, they're actually coming from a like less education background, right? Due to some reason. So you have to deal with them. People who do starting with the hatcheting, people who doing the cleaning part, right? So but you need to communicate with all these people. So this is very interesting part, right? And then ISO 22, any ISO standard talk about the system. So when you develop a system, you can actually like manage it. So how you receive your product? Like, do you have a system for receive product? How do you select your supplier? Do you have a system for supply selection? Right? All these things are part of the requirement. And then there's a thing called prerequisite. I believe everybody knows about GMP. What do you mean by GMP? What do you mean by GMP? What is GMP? What is GMP? What do you mean by
It's
GMP?
good manufacturing practices.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Good manufacturing practices.
Excellent. So they call good manufacturing practices. Chamini, thank you very much. So earlier right, I'm getting feedback. Good manufacturing practice. Right. Kaushalya, Sagari, right. Right. So good manufacturing practice. So when you go for like HACCP only, right? HACCP is done by like Codex initially. Still Codex is very strong. They use terminology called GMP, good manufacturing practices, right? That's the terminology they use. But when it's come to ISO, they call prerequisite. Like, what do you mean by prerequisite? Prerequisite mean you need to like, do these things before the program. Say, for example, now this particular program, now I'm conducting. So this is the operational phase, right? But before the operational phase, there are prerequisite. You need to talk to the Procol Academy, and then like you need to do the certain payment, and then you need to do a registration, then you need to get into the link, and then you need to identify your current location. You have to make sure like the teams like software is available. So those are prerequisite. What happens if you don't have a prerequisite? Then you can't conduct the program. So that's why even when you go for ISO 22000 and a hazard, there are certain prerequisites. So this is where most of the people make serious error. right? I need to make emphasize this particular point because when people start food safety, they start with hazard. Don't do that, right? When you start the food safety, they start with hazard. So don't do that. Why? You have to make sure before you go for a hazard, right? You need to make sure what are the prerequisite requirement for that particular industry. Right now, say for example, tea. I'll take common example. I'm like Sri Lanka is very much familiar for tea, right? So you take about the black tea. So black tea is a dry product. So there are certain prerequisite for black tea because the moisture level is everybody knows the moisture level. When you there's a tea coming out from the factory, the dry amount, what would be the moisture level, expected moisture level? Uh, do, we have Sri Lankan standard, tea board standards are there. I believe you are familiar with this, right? Like especially people doing industrial, agriculture and all. So what is the moisture level expected for the tea? What is the moisture level expected for tea?
Should be below to 7%.
7%, yeah. If we 7, oh, different. Anybody wants to change it? So 7% we try to maintain at the tea, blending section, when you bring the tea, blend and all, we try to maintain tea. But when I'm talking about the black tea manufacturing facility, dry mouth, what is the normal tea moisture level? Your answer is correct, but that is mainly we are talking about the legal limits. So what about others? Yeah, yeah. I think yes. I can't read your name. Kirthivan, right? Uh, Mandira. I think maybe you both are right? Around less than 4% because at the dry amount. So why this moisture is very critical? Mainly because to fungus or whatever microbes to grow, you need to have a moisture, right? So this is one thing, that is a dry product, right? But imagine if you're running a meat factory, right? If you're running a meat factory, what is your the prerequisite program? So when you are running a dry product, there's a certain prerequisite program. When you're running a meat factory, there's a certain prerequisite program. So imagine you are running fruit manufacturing plant. There's a certain prerequisite. So or maybe you are running a bakery, or maybe your kitchen, right? So there will be a certain prerequisite program. So first, what we need to do is when you go for a food safety management system, we have to make sure all your prerequisites are covered. That's a mandatory, right? So before covering the prerequisite, don't ever think of doing hazard. So in our experience, we notice, right? We work with vast majority of clients, every day we visit new customers, right? And then first thing what we do is we go and check the prerequisite. Or maybe when you do some project, sometimes when you travel, it will be at cost, right? So we use the technology. So we use the videos and all, check the prerequisite program, right? And then we see the lot of factories they have to do a lot of huge investment because see other ISO standard, say for example ISO 9000, you can develop management program. What do you mean by management programs? Mean you can buy time. Say for example you need to implement certain system, and then what you do is you develop a program and say, okay, look, I'm going to implement this particular system after 6 month time, depend on my budget requirement, depend on my other infrastructure, whatever the requirement. So you can buy time, but standard food safety, or there are standard which is bind with the law, legal requirement. You can't go for this kind of management program. So immediately you need to address it. Say for example, now you are looking for a tea factory, or maybe a meat factory, right? You need to have a hand washing facility. Right, I'm taking a simple example. So when you take the hand washing facility, you can't say, okay, I'm going to implement hand washing facility after 6 months. No way. And then there are certain different. Say, for example, if it is a tea factory, you need to have a basic hand washing facility, which you are not going to touch by your hand. Either elbow operated or foot operated hand washing facility has to be there. Agreed. And even meat factory, you need to have washing facility, the same requirement. Then you need to have hand drying, like, or maybe a mechanism to remove the wetness of your hand. Agreed. Right. Now, what is the difference? So when getting into a tea factory, your basic requirement would be like, okay, you wash your hand, you have a head cover just to cover your hair, right? And then maybe a kind of like, small uniform, which is suitable, like, which is not open for the product, right? So you need to have a kind of a barrier. So that is the basic thing. But when you talk about the meat manufacturing factory, right, what you need to do is like, you need to have hand washing, agreed, but you need to have a proper clean uniform, right? And then maybe you need to have a boot, right? Because like, the products are very vulnerable, and those are all high risk product. So there are certain requirements. Sometimes dry factories, you don't need to have a foot bath. Why? Because your product are like dry, and then you're not supposed to keep any product on the floor. So you're getting into a new shoes and walk through the factory. But meat factory or maybe milk factory, it's high risk factory. So you always has to go through like, a foot bath, water bath, which has some disinfection, right? Maybe chlorine or whatever, potassium permanganate, whatever so you're supposed to go through that. So there are like same requirement, but there will be additional requirement, right? So these are the key factors, right? So this is like, when you go prerequisite program, this is the first thing. So as a consultancy team, what we do is, when we go for a project, first thing we develop a gap audit, basically covering the prerequisite, right? Basically covering GMP requirement. This is the detail. And under ISO 22000, we are not uh, going into detail because I'll just explain the standard. GMP we can define. But when you go for FSSC and other advanced standard, even BRC, it inbuilt in the standard. But there's another technical guideline called TS 22002. And there's a version kind of thing depend on the industry, right? There's a technical standard. Earlier, like there are only four type of GMPs we are looking at, but in this standard they talk about lot. There are, if I can remember correctly, there are 18 elements under GMP you need to cover. So that's why like when people go for the advanced standard like FSC and BRC, they fail because the auditors have given serious provision to look into the GMP requirement, right? Not only hazard. And why is that? Mainly like, when you identify the issue with the food sector, right? The problem and all with the food sector, they identify the food issues are mainly not coming from the CCP violation, critical control violation. It's coming from the GMP violation, right? So that's the key. And then hazard principles, which we are going to do detail today with a lot of case studies, and then customer focus. So I think like we have one person who's into design development, right? So sometimes customer focus, there's a one word called intended use, right? I think if I'm not mistaken, it's Germany, right? So it's intended use. Say, depend on the country to country, their food habit is different. Sometimes some countries, people happy to eat raw. So when you're developing a food product, you need to make sure you need to understand their food habit. Say margarine. If you take a margarine, there are nice case studies. Like, I actually coming from an industry called, there's a company called, I believe everybody knows in Sri Lanka, the Unilever, right? So at Unilever factories, like, earlier we used to have a margarine, a very famous Astra and Flora margarine, but now still the margarines are there, but it's not Unilever products, it belongs to somebody else. So when you manufacture, there's nice case studies. There are some countries, they apply margarine in a different way, we apply in a different way. So when you develop the product, if you don't understand the intended use, don't worry, we are going to discuss about the intended use part as well. So if you don't study that, you are in a serious trouble. So customer focus in food sector is very important, because sometimes food industry, we are very focused about the laboratory work, behind the scene work and all, but you're not focusing how the customer eat this product, how the customer consume this product. Right. So this is very important. And then top management leadership. So that's why, like, most factories, like, you have a technical director, right? So he knows about the technical subject. So that is very important. Like, any organization driven by the market and all market visibilities and all. But you need to have a, like, technical person who knows about this. So we call like, like, at least a technical director. But very rarely we notice uh, unless you own your company. We see the technical people become a CEO, like, run the organization. But at least in the board of directors, there's a technical person, at least a technical director, right? And then people should engage this, because don't do this as a pro whatever just to get the certificate, right? You should get involved with the people who work in a GMP area. They should know what is GMP, how they should do it. Like, you need to conduct similar kind of, like, not a lengthy program. Like, don't bring people for, like, full day, right? Just 45 minutes maximum for the operator level people. Just give them a little bit of understanding. So, but this has to be continuous, right? And then continuous improvement is part of this. And then the evidence-based decision making, like, when you identify the data, so always standard talk about the data. Say, for example, now your microbiological count may be a low, right, less than less than a, like, a legal limit, but you can see upward trend, right? Your target level is like, like, say, for example, we say X, and then you're like, X minus one or less. But then next time, like, like, it's in a kind of increasing trend. Right. So then it's a kind of alarm. You should take, okay, something wrong in my, maybe a pasteurizer, or maybe my, like, maybe a receiving material, or maybe, like, preservative I'm adding. So there's issue. So you can identify that part. And then relationship management mean, like, your suppliers. Right. So your suppliers should know what is happening. Like, sometimes industries, what they do is, like, they invite supplier to come and visit the factory. Sometimes what people does is, like, people visit the supply factories. We always do that, right? Like, when we were in the industry, if there's a customer complaint, if there's a situation, we visit the factory, so then we can communicate with the supplier. So this is very important. And then you have a long like, relationship, plus in and out about those factories. So this is the key principles of food safety. So wait, now I think, like, most of you are undergrads, and then when you get into the industry, just make sure follow these principles. So let's move on. Right now, this is very important part. So this is a kind of a summary. If you can see this, I hope you can see the presentation is moving, right? Earlier, I just keep one present slide. So you can use, like, the React. So if you can't, like, you can say, you can see the presentation moving. You can say yes, kind of thing. So is it moving? Now I'm in the second slide. All right, great. Okay, so don't use the raise hand part. Use the otherwise. So if you raise a hand, Mandira, I think, like, then I consider you have a question, right? So not the raise hand. You go to the react part. Okay, uh, I'll put down your hand. Right. Okay, great. Now let's move on. So this is, you can see, this is the summary, entire thing summary. So in your university now, like, I believe, like, all of you are making a short note, right? So that, like, make sure, like, you're comfortable, and then when you go through the short note, you can remember the entire syllabus. So similar thing. So you can see there are a few concepts. I said, like, plan. So in the middle part, you can see plan, right? So planning, you can see PRP, prerequisite program. You check the traceability, emergency preparedness response. So these are, like, planning part. So uh, we'll go through this, right? And then you identify the hazard analysis. So PRP's traceability, emergency preparedness is linked to hazard analysis. And then you validate the control of measurement. So there's a question. Now we need to understand, what do you mean by validation, right? And then they said, okay, hazard control plan, HACCP, OPRP. So there's a new word now. This is not available in it has a, right? So OPRP, PRP is a prerequisite program. I think, like Chamini said, like, it's and another two people. they said GMP. So PRP is limited, equal to GMP. But what do you mean by OPRP? So this term is not available in HACCP, called Operational Prerequisite Program. So now we'll understand when we start to do a critical control point, but I'll just give a simple example. So if there's a violation of critical control point, I believe like all of you are studying this thing, right? This is a question. If there's a violation of CCP, what are you going to do? Say, for example, if there's a violation of CCP, say temperature, you say, okay, I need to maintain temperature at 70, right? That's the minimum temperature is 70 centigrade, right? Now, this time, you notice the product was at 69. Temperature was 69. They took out the product at 69. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? Temperature is critical point, minimum level is 70. Minimum level. But they in the production, and when you check the result sheet, like it was at 69. What do you do now? What do you do now? Team, I hope you got my point, right? So they need to heat the product, up to 70 centigrade, right? And that is the critical control point. 70 will say in between 70 to 75 uh, and uh, and 5 minutes. So that is the critical temperature, right? But when you check, they stop the production. Temperature is 69 and 5 minutes. Now what are you going to do? So now you are a QA person, right? Most of you, or maybe a production person, or maybe a food technologies, or maybe R&D person. So you know there's a batch, like say 2-ton batch. Now what are you going to do? So there's a 2-ton, 2000 kgs, right? So 2000 kgs. What are you going to do with this? Say for example, now you're joining industry. So there are new people, like, so you're joining industry. So first thing, like, when you join the industry, your boss will come and say, look, they manufacture 2000 kgs of product, and then the critical limit is 70, and then they release the batch at 69. What are you going to do? Can we release the batch to market? Very simple question, right? So always boss will come and ask, and then if you said yes, he will say, okay, put a signature. As something comes, like, it's your problem now. Right, now good. Remove the batch without manufacturing. Okay, hold the product. Okay, what are you going to do? So Mulekam, what do you say? Remove the batch without manufacturing. You mean, like, you want to discard it? 2000 kgs, right? Lot. So you are wasting your energy, your raw material, the labor, everything, right? So Mulekam said, like, you will remove, right? So Mandira said, hold the product. Like, Mandira, what are you going to do while holding the product? Maybe you can on the mic and talk. So these are the practical things you're going to face every day, right? Not the theory part. Nobody at the manufacturing factory, people don't ask, okay, now tell me 7 principles of HACCP. Nobody will ask from you, right? So that is for the exam you should know about. Then now it should convert. I like somebody has mentioned, right? The theory knowledge into practical. So these are the things you're going to face in the industry, right? Repeat the measurement and again check experimental error. No, you can't repeat because already it's manufactured. So in your Madhusika, like in your laboratory practices, you can repeat it. But manufacturing, when you go through the entire process, maybe this production will take about 2 days. So we have a friend from oil manufacturing, right? So imagine everything is goes through the process, like start hatcheting and all. If they identify the temperature is boiling, you can't repeat the measurement. It's already done. It's gone. It's online. right? So reheat the product. Okay, you can reheat the product. There are certain product you can reheat. Yeah, agreed. Mandira, like agreed with you. There are certain product you can reheat the product, but if you reheat again, what will happen is there will be like we call it organoleptic qualities will change or the structure will change. So if your product is not into that category, agree. So you can reheat the product. Right. You can reheat the product, but make sure like you just check whether the organoleptic properties are there, and then your product is capable of going through the process again. Agree. Say one example is tea. So if you identify at the beginning like moisture level is not there, you can put it back to the heater, the oven actually. Dryer, you call it dryer. So you can put it in a dryer and like take it back. That's agree. But there are products you can't do that. So what are you gonna do? Get sample and test if product meets the standard. Movindo. So Movindo, what you said was like, get the product and then send it to lab and get the standard, right? Okay. Say Movindo, like, there's a question now. So if you take the product and then if you do the microbiological test, so that will say, okay, micro is okay. But there are certain portion of microbes are available. So with the time, with the shelf life, microbes started to grow. So when you release the product into market, what will happen? Micro started to go. That will be a problem, right? Check the product quality and ensure the product have quality standard, although it didn't follow CCB. If not, reject the batch. Yeah, come on, guys. Now I'm not going to waste your time. So if there's a violation of CCP, you can't take it back. You can't take it back. So this is the basic violation people do. So that's why you need to make sure like your CCPs are very effective. And you need to identify the correct CCP. Because when you go into the industry, some industry there are dry products, you ended up with 4, 5 CCPs. Right. So you need to identify what are the actual critical CCPs you need to identify. Then only you need to act. So if there's a violation, even 1 degree, you have to discard it. Or like who said uh, who said Madara, right? I think Mandira. So like Mandira said, you can reheat, or maybe you can send to the same process, right? So if there's a violation, you can't take samples and take a decision saying, okay, look, this product is okay right now. No way. Why? If you don't go through the entire process, there's a certain small portion of microbes can be there. So we have people from microbiology. So with the certain time, it started to grow. Right. CCP will assure, like, there are two things, validation. CCP will validate and say, look, if you maintain 70 to 75 for 5 minutes only, all microbes kill. So 69, 5 minutes, no, there are certain microbes can survive. Right. So if there's violation of CCPs, you can't take that product in. You can't release to the market. Right. Maybe even after checking the sample, you can't do that. So CCP is that critical. Him, are you with me? Are you, do you understand that part? Because sometimes, like what you said was, sometimes people do different thing. Like, take the sample, release it. Those kind of a thing can happen. So, team, you understand? This is very crucial. So that's why you need to make sure your CCPs are correct. Because if you ended up with so many CCPs, then there will be a serious issue. Team, you good? All right. Okay. I think I'm getting some feedback. Okay. So if you're good, like, just say you're good. Right now. So this part, right? Critical control point and validation verification. So this is the planning stage. And second one, when you do complete the planning, you do a do part, food safety, implementation of the plan food safety. So you identify your like hazard plan, OPRP, PRP. You started to implement. So I have some question, right? Okay, let me check. What is the question? Uh, Callistus, you said we can't take it back. Any CCP point, we can't take it back. Even tea manufacturing, we can't reassess that. That's why it's called critical control point. Agreed. Yeah. So that's a critical. See, critical control point is a dead end. Critical control point is a dead end, right? There's no negotiation after that. So that's why you need to identify the correct CCP. Fully agreed. So you can't take it back unless if the provision given to a rework it. But in your traceability, you have to maintain this particular batch gone through a rework. But then again, when you do a rework, you have to make sure your product is not deteriorating. Sometimes there are products you can't rework. So if you rework, the entire product quality has gone. Right. So that's why it's called critical product. Fully agree. I thought it's a question. Right now, so then you go for a implementation of plan food safety and then control of monitoring measurements. Your CCPs, you have to control, you have to monitor the CCP part, control of product and process non-conformity. So this is very important part. Now, since we talk about the CCP, I'll ask one question. Now, identification of CCP is very important. Say, for example, now milk industry, right? We used to have a plotter. Anybody knows about the plotter? Anybody knows about the plotter? You have a chart, and then it indicate your temperature and a time, right? Plotter indicate temperature and time, right? So this is a CCP, critical control point in milk, right? Now, so what we do is normally we use the plot, we put it to the milk into a container, close it, and then you heat it up to a certain level, say for example 70 to 75, and then 5 minutes, and then you have a plotter, it gives the indication. So plant manager, factory manager, QA team, what they do is they check under each and every batch, the milk batch, whether the temperature reach 75 and whether it's stay for 5 minutes, then they release it. Right now, that's one thing. And the second thing, what happened now, these industries have been modifying. Right now, we are talking about the factory without people, right? We call dark factory. So now that's a different concept. How we're going to implement HACCP into dark factories, right? So that is coming up. And then even China already there are factories, right? So guys, we need to update, right? So then now the question. So now they convert everything into automation. They use automatic load cells and everything. So when they do that, initially you need to monitor each and every batch. Understand my question, right? Each and every batch you need to monitor because the temperature has to be there, plot it 5 minutes, you measure it 5 minutes, then you release. So if there's temperature has not reached the 75 and maybe temperature is not meeting the 5 minutes, you discuss the batch. Agreed, right? But now they automate the manufacturing facility, right? Once they automate the manufacturing facility, what they did was they put load cells and automatic temperature controls. So now automatically it make sure up to a certain volume is filled and they measure the temperature. Timing is automated. Then after they reach a particular timing and the temperature, only they release the batch. So those are automatic. So now my point, do you need to keep this as a CCP, critical control point? Or can you downgrade and start to monitoring something else? What do you think? So if you started to work in a traditional factory, you ended up with the plotters. But if you go for a modern factory, right, you see all automatic. The temperature sensors are there, the time sensors are there, all automatic. So do you think even when you modified it, do you need to consider that as a critical control point? Calisters, what do you think? Now, are we going to stick this as a CCP or not? So now you have to think a lot, team, right? So this is beyond your like academic life. What do you think? I hope you understand my question, right? One one industry, you have like a plotter. You is draw the temperature, draw the time. So you check it, and then that's your CCP. But in other industry, they have automated everything. Temperature controls automate, loading is automate, and the timing is automate. Then they release the batch. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep this as a kind of a CCP or not in the second industry? And if it is CCP, what are you going to measure? Team, that's my question. So Kalsha said all CCPs. No need to take this. Vidanga said like no need to take as a CCP. CCP not in work. Abedira, what do you mean by, so it's mean to say like not a CCP. So Cassius, like, I don't know if you want to open your mic and if you say why you want to keep a CCP and what are you going to monitor? What are you going to monitor there? See, all automatic. The timing is automatic. The temperature is automatic. So you have a reading. Nice reading is there. So are you going to check the reading and say it's a CCP? What do you think? Question, I didn't understand. What you said? You were saying something. Keaton Subhas, you were saying something. So what do you think? Team, this will be your test, right? When you come to the industry, you always come up with this kind of a situation. So doing studies, one, like, industry is different because industries are developed a lot. It developed a lot now. What do you think? When you go to the other countries, like, it's totally different. Team, don't worry about the timing. What do you think? What do you think, team? What do you think? So I got three feedback. See, actually, we are not considering that as a CCP. You will understand, right? Why? Because the temperature is automatic. The timing is automatic. So if you check, like, you have a reading there, right? Like you check the reading that, but plotter actually it goes the temperature, it's draw, and the timing is there. So you need to check the timing and temperature. But here the situation is different, it's automatic. So what you need to do is like, you need to check the calibration part. Imagine the temperature, it says, okay, minus 2 degrees different, right? Then if you measure 70, there will be a serious issue, right? So the calibration you are not going to do every day, right? So maybe every month, every quarter, kind of a thing. So then calibration has to be there. So that you dilute your monitoring frequency. So then you convert that into a kind of OPRP, right? Timing is also the same. So in this scenario, we dilute this. We are not going for a CCP because like if you use a CCP, you are just writing the figures there. But we go back and check the calibration part. That's what we try to do. I hope you will understand, but we will have a more discussion when you go for as a plan, right? Right. I know, like, Calisters, you want to keep it CCP, but that's the problem sometimes people have. There are industries you ended up with so many CCP, so many monitoring point, but we are not getting any benefit out of it. So your first job, if you are in the industry, revise your has a plan, or maybe if you are getting into the industry, first thing, ask them to give you a hazard plan and then go through it, right? So that's one thing, right? Then this is like, do part, and then we have to check. So verification activities, analysis of results of verification activities. So we need to verify whether the CCPs are effective or not, and then act. So update the preliminary information document specific for PRPs and hazard control plan. So we call act. So This is the PDCA cycle. You can see plan. There are addition in context of the organization, leadership, planning, support, including control of external product process, and then do operational performance evaluation improvement part, right? So these are the key requirements, right? Now let me go through the standard. So this standard has about almost 10 elements. You can see, I'll show the standard as well. They said scope, nominative reference, terms and definition, context of the organization, leadership, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, improvement. So what we try to do is at the beginning, we'll be doing the context of the organization part because this is a new requirement. This will be quite new to you as well. And then we will move into operational part, which is very important for all of you. So this is where we have has a and everything. And then final phase, right? We're going to cover leadership, planning, support, performance evaluation, and improvement part in the standard, right? Right. Now let me move out from the presentation bit. Just want to show you the standard. Right. Hope you can see the standard now. This is the standard. Team, can you see the standard? You can use the React. Can you see the standard? I move out from the presentation because I need to show you the standard and then complete the context analysis and then go back to yeah, we're getting feedback. So, and then we complete the element 8, the operational part, most important technical, and then moving into other areas, other requirement of this standard. Right now, in this standard, I just explained these other elements. Context part, right? This is we are going to do first at the beginning, right? And then we are going to cover this part, the operational part, right? This part we are going to cover up. So this is the biggest chunk, right? Most important part. And then later we are going to cover the leadership, planning, support. So support also, you can see the communication. So this is your GMP part is there. So we'll touch upon this part as well. And then improvement part. Okay, let me come to the standard. I just want you to show the standard as well. Like it's not uh, presentable as presentation, but if you are a food safety people, you should have a copy of this standard as well, right? So these are the initial part up to 3, right? I just mentioned up to 3, this area. Scope, nominative reference, terms and definition. So these are actually belongs to the standard. You don't need to implement anything. So reference, say if you need to understand words, like say you need to know about the definition. Say conformity, competency. What do you mean by competency? Ability to apply knowledge and skills to achieve intended results, right? So these are like vocabularies, all these things are there. So up to 3, good if you can read, but doesn't apply for the food industry. You can't implement anything. So if you are in internal auditors, right? So one day you will become internal auditors. So don't raise findings against 1 to 3, right? So actual implementation start from this point, right? Actual implementation is start from this point, right? So you can see, understand the organization and its context. The organization shall determine, there are few words, external and internal issues. So what do you mean by external? What do you mean by internal issues that are relevant to purpose and its effective ability to achieve the intended results of food safety management system? So what is the purpose of your organization? And then what is the intended results of food safety management system? Now I have a question. Say, if you are coming from an industry, you have an industry purpose. Say, for example, if you are a coconut oil manufacturer, your purpose is manufacturing of coconut oil and distributing or selling the coconut oil product. See, if you are a medical device manufacturer, your purpose is what? Manufacturing of medical device and selling it. So if you are a tea manufacturer, that's the purpose. Now, I have a question. Now, ISO consultancy company. We do ISO consultancy. And then Procol, the training institute, they do food safety training. Can we get ISO 22000? I'm asking all sort of question because you will ended up with this question in the industry. So can we get ISO 22000? Because we are uh, doing a consultancy training on food safety. Procol also doing the food safety training. So can this organization get ISO 22000? Yeah, we can't. Because why? We are not, our purpose is not food manufacturing, right? So only food manufacturing company or primary packaging, right? Primary packaging is there. And there are certain service level, which is in line with the food safety. Say, for example, somebody's like, doing a service, agree. So we can't, right? So, Halcyon is ISO 9000 certified consultancy firm. So we have ISO system, but that is for the management part. We can't go for a food safety. So there should be a purpose, right? And then intended results. So what do you mean by intended results of the food safety? Is like, you have to cut down food safety issues, or maybe make sure there's zero limitation. So there's internal issues, right? So you say, okay, these are the intended outcome. I develop my food safety management system because I want my coconut oil to make sure like the aflatoxin level less than this. There's other parameters, or less than this, or maybe my margarine has to be like this, or my meat has to be like this, or my tea has to be like this, or my whatever the other product, the fruit product has to be like this. So these are the intended results. So then when you go on this journey, there can be external and internal issues. Say if I take one example in Sri Lankan tea, the Japanese market, they were very worried about the pesticide. Right, so they test each and every batch, MRL levels. Right, so when you send the product, so there are different countries, they have a different guideline. So there can be internal issues, like your team are not like capable of manufacturing it, or maybe your team knowledge is not there. Right, so those are the critical factors. So standard said, okay, you need to determine, you need to understand what are the external factors, what are the internal factors, which going to affect to your food product, depend on your purpose, depend on the internal result. So they give more information. The issues can be positive, right? Okay, sometimes external issues can be positive. Say, for example, your customers are asking more quality product and they are willing to pay. That's the positive thing. And there are customers, they don't ask quality product. They will ask quality product, they are not willing to pay. So that's the kind of a negative factor. Say, for example, if you are exporting into a Japan market, right? They are asking a quality product and then they are willing to pay more about it. But if you are exporting into the South Asian country, they want the quality product, but they are not going to pay that amount. So that's a kind of a negative factor, right? So there's a positive, negative. So external, you have positive, you have a negative factors. Internal, you have positive, negative factors. Say, for example, applying of the pesticide or maybe chemicals, right? In Sri Lanka, there's a positive because, people are like, we don't have a lot of money, so we don't buy a lot of pesticide. So that's a kind of positive thing, right? Negative thing, maybe our crop is not that big, right? Say, for example, if you take a tea industry, per hectare, what is the outcome? If you compare with the Kenya, we are at a kind of a low level. Or maybe because our tea are very old, or like say for example fruit manufacturing, so we don't have proper fruit manufacturing factories in Sri Lanka right now, or maybe getting a technology is a kind of a difficult for us. Maybe we don't have that sufficient funding. So those are the crucial factors we need to consider, right? And then there's a note to say, understand the context can be facilitated by considering external and internal issues, including but not limited to. So there are the very important legal, technological, competitive, market, culture, social and economic environment, cyber security, and food frauds. So why this? What is this? Why this ISO 22000 standard started to talk about cyber security and food fraud, and then food defense and intentional contamination, right? Knowledge and performance of the organization, whether international, national, regional, or local. Right. Now, there are new words like cybersecurity comes into picture, food defense comes into picture, intentional contamination comes into picture. What is this? So when you do this HACCP study, you are not considering all these factors. I believe you already have done HACCP, right? In your classroom, in your theory, you have done already, right? But but uh, but in this scenario, they were talking about cybersecurity, fruit fraud, right? Threat assessment, intentional contamination. What is this? Why is this? Why you need to study this part? Why you need to study this part? So these are beyond HACCP, right? When you do a HACCP system, you are not going to discuss about the fruit fraud, intentional contamination. But this is the important part. When you do a context analysis, you are going to study this. Right? Tell me. I believe you have not done this part, right? Even in your academic studies, because this is quite new, even quite new to Sri Lanka. Even the standard is 2018, it's published, but a lot of industries they are not practicing this part. So that's why I initially want to start with this. What is mean by this is we call context analysis. Why you need to know about food fraud, intentional contamination, and maybe vulnerabilities. Why you need to know about this? Can someone tell me? See, team, I believe somebody said at the beginning, that was very nice. Somebody said, so I think like ISO 20000. Ah, okay, somebody from ISO 20000 said graduate food science fulfill gap between academic and industry joining. Right. So I think this is the gap we have, right? So ISO 20000 just mentioned. Okay, somebody registered as ISO 20000. That's nice. All right. So graduate food science fulfill the gap between academic and industry joining. So I think this is the gap we are having right now. So now, so if I ask question from HACCP panel, you are very familiar. But we are going to do that. That is the most important part. But now we are going to talk about the internal and external factors. And there are things concept we call intentional contamination and those kind of a thing. So why you need to know about that? So these are intentional contamination and those kind of things are there. So what is this? Why you need to know about this? Can you just explain? Can you just explain why this intentional contamination and all kind of a thing? So can you give me the feedback? So read it need to monitor production quality and maintain production. No, this is the hierarchical part. So we are not coming into the production side, right? We are not inside the production area, right? So what do you think? Yeah, Manjana, you're saying okay, protecting the food. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Say for example, I'll make sure your life more easy. Say now, uh, if somebody wants to put something into your product, say you are manufacturing kind of fruit product, jam, cordial, whatever, or maybe a tea product, or there's a meat product, right? Or maybe a coconut oil. So somebody wants to put something into the product, right? So can HACCP cover that part? So I'll take simple example. You are manufacturing, you're filling a coconut. So it's a manual filling operation, right? You have a tank, you open a tap, you fill the coconut oil, and then you pass it, next person put a seal. So the person put a seal, somebody has given some money and like asked them to put something into the product. So can HACCP cover that part? What do you think? Can HACCP cover that part? What do you think? So somebody want to put some some coin or some plastic pieces. Somebody paid for that. What is your feedback? What do you think? So I don't think like you expect this kind of a question when you come to food safety, right? So what do you think? In your food industry, I'm taking a simple example since we have some friend in coconut industry. So you are doing a manual packing. Like what do you mean by manual packing? You have a tanker, you have a tap, you open the tap. Like a lot of industries, they do right that manual packing. Even shampoo, conditioner, they do that, right? Like small industry, they do manual packing, right? You can on the mic and say, right? So somebody paid to do some put something. So yeah, Da said no, yeah. Mandira said no, yeah, agreed. So system is not capable of doing that. So that's why like a lot of multinational industries, they ask people to go for hazard and vulnerability. So even like if your industry is not going for FSSC or BRC standard, but the context analysis is one point, you can consider those part. So depend on the industry. So when you can go into this extreme. Say, for example, your factory is closed now, say your factory running only in the daytime, 8 to 5:30, right? So nighttime factory is not working. Yeah. So can someone get into the factory and do something? So what is your security system, right? So you need to check that part, right? Now, we are going to take a 10 minutes. We are going to do a context analysis, right? You're going to study the internal and external issues. So if you're coming from an industry, that's fine. You consider this part, right? Now, what I gave to you, right? You do that case study for your industries, like, your coconut or maybe tea or maybe like medical device. Like medical device is also very important. Like say, for example, if you have a heart problem, you are putting a stent. Right. So the stent manufacturing facility has to be that close, right? I mean, maybe it's beyond the food safety. So this medical industry, we are talking about the clean room concept. In food, we're not go into that level, right? Say, imagine if just a small dust particle goes into your stent, you're done, right? So that we go into the clean room. So it's medical device industry. It's beyond the food industry, right? So I'm not going to touch that part. So we are not supposed to discuss the medical device, but we have a friend from medical device. So that is beyond food industry. lot of controls are there because there are categories, class one, class two, class three kind of a thing. Food, we don't have that kind of category. So if it is external thing like face mask, you call it as a class one. So I'm like, we need to study this. So now I want you to read this. Right, I'll give 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Right. No, we'll take 10 minutes because this is a very important part. And I believe first time as a food specialist, food industry people, you are going through this. Do a context study, study your positives and negatives, like in your internal environment, and study the external environment. And if you are coming from an industry, right, if you're not coming from industry, consider your university canteen. Right, in your university canteen, they cater more than maybe 2,000, 3,000 people per day, right? So if there's a food poisoning situation, or if there's a situation in food related, entire university can be that's a serious issue. So go back to your canteen. I mean, like, don't walk, right? So in your mind, like, think about your canteen and then do the study, vulnerability study. So you can understand whether the people they do a background survey of the people, or whether the people are like hygienic. So this is beyond the hazard, right? So this is a kind of hierarchical. You don't need to go into the detail. You look at the overall picture, right? So when you look at this, you can break it into external, internal, external positive, external negative. Two, internal positive, internal negative. So if you are coming from university, take the university canteen. Or if you're coming from industry, you take and then you list down what are the positive, what are the negative. So maybe if you're using a paper, you can take a picture and upload it. Or maybe you can send a WhatsApp. I will check that also. 772287727. Okay, this is the WhatsApp number. You can send it. I'll check. So shall we take 2 minutes? Like now I'm in a confusing stage. So my time is different. So I'm like I think below, right? So my time is 8:49 right now. I'm a bit early, right? I'm sorry, somebody has muted me. Yeah. Hello. Hope you can hear me. So what is your time now?
Hello, Mr. Vasanth. 10:20.
10:20, right? Okay. Sorry, 10:20, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we'll take a 10 minutes, and then you can start working on the 10:20. Thank you. So 10:30, we'll come back. So I'll be here. If you have a question, you can ask. So if you have a question, you can ask, you can chat. So I think like this is the first time you're going to do a context analysis. So normally this context analysis, what we do is like, we work with the top management, right? When you go for ISO implementation, we bring down all the top management team, and then with them we do this program. We call it context analysis. So this is very interesting. So now you are going to do a context analysis, which is done by the top management. Yeah. All right. Okay. So if you have a question, you can ask. I'm here. So if you have done, you can share with me. If you have a question, you can ask. I'm available. Bashni, like you only have the admin thing, right?
Yes.
Someone muted me, and then like all of a sudden remove from me the training. I don't know who's playing.
Seriously?
Yeah, just I'm removed and my mic all of a sudden like started to get like muted.
Now it's okay, right?
Now is okay. Now is better. So team, you can see this, right? You can see the standard as well, right? Question, you can see the standard, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can we get feedback? So I think like 5 minutes gone now. Team, you have any question? Like any doubt? So am I getting feedback? So or is there difficulties doing this task? Team, what do you think? Right. I think I'm started to get some WhatsApp chat. So let's see. Because this, I believe like this is the first time you're doing this case study, right? So this is why it's kind of a difficult. Let me see. Tim, is it difficult? Like, is it a difficult task? I only got one. Why I'm not getting feedback? So this is one thing you need to do, right? So if you want to differentiate, okay, I'm getting feedback. So RV has sent this positive. Um, guys, when you take a picture, like, take the full picture. Help to interpret accurately, improve critical thinking, business in support, smart strategy, problem identification. Negative time consuming, yeah, too much context may cause confusion. Hard to focus on key point, can make misunderstanding among the organization. Yeah. So that's nice try. What about others? What about others? Can I get at least one or two feedbacks? So team, like, see, this is a practical program, right? I want you to like, learn. And if you share the information with me, I can give a feedback. Right. So this is key part of the program. Like, okay, let me try to give you more information. I think like this, I believe like this is the first time you're going through this context part, right? Uh, okay. I'll share few information, not much. Say, for example, now, if you can see this, so this is the context study. See this, you can see the last one, the factors, right? I hope you can see the presentation, the Excel sheet right now, which we had done. Can you see? Can you see this one? I changed to standard to Excel presentation. Yeah, you can see here. Really. Thank you. Right, you can see the factors. So this particular, I'm like standard doesn't give you this kind of format. You can use a different format. It says political, economical, market and public demand, social, technological, statutory and regulatory, legislative. So they identify these are as a kind of a like the factors. So then, like, this is a kind of bit comprehensive, right? They identify the parameters. Political stability, like, in any country. This is the external part. So country has to have like, imagine under food safety, we study this part, right? Political stability has to be there. And then economic part. To buy product, you need to have a money, right? So economic situation has to be there. Like your customer should have money. So they go into that kind of a detail. So like, social unemployment rate, turnover, working with NC, so food safety education. So those things they can consider. So I give some example. And then internal overall performance structure, like, if you're taking a university canteen, how many times do you have a like, stomach problem? how many times people complain, how many times you see a hair, right? Or maybe how many times you see a fly, right, in that particular product. And then resource factors, whether they have a basic GMP requirement, good manufacturing practice requirement, PRP requirement, right? Structure, equipment, people, whether they're having a uniform. So those are internal factors, right? Human aspect. Do you think like these people are trained on food safety, whether they cut their nails, right? Whether they gone through a medical clearance. So those are the kind of a factors, right? So like, let me stop this. I don't want you to follow this format, right? Just have your own format, but you need to, I'll again put the standard, right? See, this is the difference. See, standard doesn't give you any format. Standard give you only this information. Say, okay, look, you need to do study. So as a professionals, as a food industry people, you should be able to go through the standard requirement and then depend on your organization maturity, you need to do this study. Yeah, can you do this now? I only got one feedback. So that feedback is good. I think like Redmi has sent that feedback. It is really good. Right. So that's the starting point. So you can give feedbacks. I'll wait for another at least one, two feedbacks. Then we are moving to the technical concept. Right. Okay, team. I need feedback. Come on. I want you to, because like this is a practical program. I want you to like give me a feedback. So then only I can do that. So there are people from different industries. So maybe industry people can like start communicating with me, or maybe others. University, you can use what do you call uh, you can use your own canteen, yeah, university canteen. So that will be a nice context study. Yeah, come on, guys. Okay, I'm starting getting feedbacks. Mandira has sent me a feedback. 1 minute. Okay. Uh, isolate. Mandira, like, you do here, see, this is the difference. You don't go into a technical detail, right? Like, you're talking about the food poison. No, it's a hierarchical structure. Say you have a canteen. If the canteen, what would be the external environment? Like, do we have a legal requirement, GMP requirement to, or anybody can set up a canteen, right? So like, those factors you need to study, right? Internally, you need to consider about the team, the infrastructure, facility, those kind of things. So don't go into this technical thing. So you can see, like you said, like now you are trying to understand your theory and the industry knowledge. So that those are the two factors, right? So just study about that. So Mandira, like, I didn't like you just study the context part. Like, don't go into go into like minor details. That will do in an operational level. But this is the operational, this is the strategic level. There are two things. So what we try to do is like, we try to understand the strategic level, right? Yep. So I got another feedback. Oshadini has sent. Let me check. Oshadini, I think like you have done a wonderful job. So she break it into internal positive, negative. So she break it like positive experience staff, hygienic kitchen, proper stock management, fantastic. Negative, staff shortage, equipment problems, and the lack of training, right? And then external, you identify high student demand, agreed. So when you go to the kitchen, like the lunch hours, like it's high demand, right? And reliable suppliers, uh, positive and supportive regulation. I agreed. And the negative price increase, competitors, supply chain issues. I think this is fantastic. So Ocean, this is very nice. Minora, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this Oceanese thing with you. Uh, and then I think like you have the admin power, right? You can share in the group. Remember, I shared Oceanese one. I think like she can share with that others can see this. Remember, I share with you.
Okay, sir.
Oceanese, I think it's okay, right?
Okay, sir.
Right. So you can share the group. Other team can see it because I think like first time you're doing it. So let's make sure this is done. So let me see. Lakshi has sent me. So all are from uni. So industry people, I want you to like support this also because now I'm getting all university thing. Kitchen, clean kitchen and equipment, proper hand washing facility, fridge and freezer working, negative poor storage method, external positive availability of canteen water supply, negative increase the food price. Okay, agreed. And then university canteen, clean kitchen and yep, I think like this is good. I'll share everything with Minora, so you can share both. Lakshini, I think not Lakshini. Yeah, Lakshi. Your one is perfect. So I share with Minora. They can actually they can actually like share with the group. I think like okay, those pictures are there. Okay, perfect. So team, like I think like we can't spend a lot of time on the context analysis, but I believe like you understand that part, right? So if you have a doubt, like you can use in the chat and all. So I prefer like any one of the industry people also like giving the feedback because all the university students are giving the feedback about the canteen, but maybe I have somebody from the coconut industry. There are medical industries. Yeah, maybe there are some other industry people. So if you can complete that, you can share in the group, the chat, or maybe in like the WhatsApp. So then of course we can give a feedback. Right. Okay. Now, I think like this is the first thing we need to do, context analysis. So when you started to implement the HACCP, you need to bring down your management team like factory manager, QA manager, engineer, the director board, like GM, everybody, and then you run through this. I ask this question like what are the external positives, what are the external negatives, what are the internal positives, what are the internal negatives. Right. Now, once you do this, you might have a problem. Like, okay, so you identify your positives and negatives. What are you going to do with this? So you can see the element number 6, this part. We talk about the action, right? Say now, like, say if you identify, I'll take uh, like, let me take Ocean is one. Like Ocean said, okay, experienced staff. So how do you make sure, like, maintain the experienced staff? So you can plan out the training program, right? So positives can be like, improve more. And then like negatives, you say, okay, staff shortage. So you identify your card. You try to increase the staff number of staff, right, with the food safety background. And then you identify like, lack of training. So what are the trainings missing? So you develop action plan. So see, these are things under element 6 you can develop. So when you develop action plan, you say, okay, every month I'm going to do a GMP PRP training program. Or maybe like, there will be a medical practitioner come and explain about this. Or maybe a microbiologist come and do this training. So these are very important parts. So when you identify under context, so then you can use this action plan to develop this. So ISO doesn't like, it won't be like, a kind of a like dull process. Why? It will be a very practical one. So under context, you identify what is the problem, right? What is the problem? You context identify what are the positives and what are the negatives, right? Let me go back. What are the positive? What are the negatives? And then you come back and develop action plan, right? So this is very important part, right? So these are the key areas. Now, do you have any question? This area? I prefer even after this context, when you move to the other areas, at least to see one industry context analysis from industry team, right? So now let me move into the other one. Now again, I'm coming back to the presentation. Right now we complete element four, and then we complete element six, a little bit of element six, but we are trying to focus on the element like mainly the mainly the element 8 part, right? Okay, now, so we're going to do a lot of case studies, right? Let me put it in the PowerPoint mode. Right. Now, here, what we try to do is now the main part, we try to do a hazard study. So when you started to do a hazard studies, the standard said, okay, carry out document like information shall be collected, maintain and update for the food safety team. So include but not limited to statutory regulatory requirement, customary requirement, organization product process requirement, food safety requirement, right? Say, now if you want to do this study, hazard study, one thing first, can you all see the presentation now? Because sometimes, like when you move into slides, so you might not be able to see this. I'm continuing, like you might get confused. So can you all see the presentation? Team, can you all see the presentation? All right, okay. Here, thank you. Okay. So now this part, uh, before you take any product. Now, see, now our common example is canteen, right? Like everybody is very much familiar with the canteen. So I'll stick to the canteen example, right? So canteen, you might have like, paripu, vade, string hoppers, like kottu, rice and curry. So those are the products you have canteen, right? So we need to know what are the regulatory requirement required in Sri Lanka. Now we are talking about the Sri Lanka, right? And depend on the country. So you need to understand the food safety requirement depend on the country. So in Sri Lanka, what are the minimum requirements is required, right? To run the food facility. So that's first thing. Now, my question, what is the minimum requirement, legal requirement is required to run the canteen? Now, all of you are like, complete all your degree or maybe your first year, second year, a third year, fourth year. So you are already into the food stream, right? Now, what is the minimum requirement is required to run a canteen in Sri Lanka? Food manufacturing facility. Minura, like your chat, people can uh, give the feedback, right? In the chat.
Yes, sir. WhatsApp
All
group
right.
is open to everyone, sir.
Open to everyone. Okay. So when we do the case studies, they can put it there, right? But I think like I prefer I'll read it and put it, right? So otherwise it will be like, sometimes incorrect information will be there. So let me go through and like, ask you to put it. I know like that will be additional work, but that would be easy because only the correct one will be available in the chat.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Right. So team, my question. What is the minimum requirement, legal requirement if you want to run a food factory? Aish, what do you mean by hygiene? Hygiene is a mandatory, but Is it a legal requirement? What is the legal part? Getting feedback. So I got one feedback. Okay, Chamani, business registration has to be there, agreed. BR has to be there, agreed. What about the food? Like, no, so any industry, you need to have a BR. Custom expectation is not a legal, right? Custom expectation is not a legal. What are the legal requirements? What is the legal requirement? Agreed. See, I don't know how to say that. SACO, right? Food Act. Food Act has to be there. Agreed. Carve India, agreed, right? Under the Food Act number 26 of 1980. So do you have the act with you? So this act has to be there. So in this act, this is the act. I hope you can see this. Right? If you are running a food outlet, right? Food outlet, right? So this act has to be there. So you need to have a GMP certificate. So these are legal requirement, right? Not has a GMP certificate. This food act has to be there. And then PHI certificate has to be there. Right. So your canteen has to have a GMP and a PHI. Yeah, okay. I'm getting feedback now. That's nice. So do you think your canteen has a PHI certificate? They should have. And they should have a GMP certificate as well. Yeah, food business operation. So PHI has to be there. Register as a food business. I don't know. Uh, Chamani, what do you mean by FPR? I'm not sure. Food preparation registration. I'm not sure about the word. So Food Act has to be there according to the Food Act, right? What you said was correctly right. According to the Food Act, we need to have a PHI certificate plus GMP certificate. So there should be a GMP certificate. It's a mandatory requirement for the food manufacturing. So first thing, now again come back to the presentation, right? First thing, hope you can see the presentation now. I'm asking this question like, I know like, what's wrong with this? Because I need to make sure like, because I'm changing here and there, I have to do that because I need to show the food act, I need to show the context analysis, and then I might use the standard as well. Because you need to have a multiple experience, right? Not only the presentation. So I believe like, you can see the presentation. Guys, help me to get your feedback, customer feedback. I need to know like, okay, here it is. Thank you. Right. So then this is the first thing. So you need to understand whether you are there. Right now, we need to identify the characteristics of raw material. See, earlier we didn't go into this much detail, right? So we need to identify raw materials. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, you select the canteen as your sample. Imagine number of raw materials are there. Say your chili powder, like the salt, your the chicken, like your fish, your rice. So all goes as a raw material, lot. So the people like if you're into a coconut manufacturing, oil manufacturing, you have only one raw material. You are safe. Your HACCP study is very easy. Why? You are taking a coconut and then you extract like goes through a process and then you are getting a coconut oil or virgin coconut oil. Or if it is a black tea, you take a green leaf and then there's a process, lofting and all like, and then end of the day, you ended up with kind of a black tea. So one product is easy, one raw material. Right, but if you're getting into different product, like now your example, canteen, huge. So imagine we are running a hotel, there will be a lot of things. So when you do a HACCP study, you need to consider everything, right? So I don't want you to do everything, but I want you to just select one, right? So the standard said, okay, select one raw material, right? The raw material. Uh, why this is kind of, so organization shall ensure that the can't see, ensure that the all applicable statutory and regulatory food requirement are identified for all raw material, ingredient, product, contact material. Now, what do you mean by legal requirement for the ingredients? In Sri Lanka, do we have a legal requirement for the ingredients? Now, team, in Sri Lanka, do we have a legal requirement for ingredient? Can you manufacture like, chili powder the way you want? Can you add any coloring the way you want? Read me. Yeah. I thought like you are answering for the second question. Yes, we have a legal requirement. Agreed. Yes, we have. Right. So you can't just add any colorings, right? So under SLSI guidelines, so that is part of the legal requirement. So there are certain ingredients you need to adhere to this all legal requirements. So imagine when you're running a canteen, when you want to do a hazard study for the canteen operation, right? Right, you need to study all the legal requirement. You need to understand, okay, what are the metal content in chili powder. So those are guidelines given. So imagine like, you think like, running a canteen is simple. No, when you do a hazard program for canteen, it's lot, right? So you need to study all these legal requirement. And in tea, yes, tea, you have a certain legal requirement under tea board. In coconut oil, there are CDA requirement, right? So if it is a fruit product, maybe there are legal requirement, there's no. And then margarine, there are certain legal requirements. Say, you know what is the difference between the margarine and the fat spread? Why some product called margarine? Why some product called fat spread? Right? Because there's a certain legal requirement. So when you add water, right? So there's a kind of limitation. So below 15%, you call it margarine. Above 15%, you call fat spread, right? So if you take the margarine product, so different product has the meat product, there's a certain legal requirement. Ice cream, there's a certain legal requirement, right? So canned food, there's a certain legal requirement. And then if you import the sardine, the salmon, right? There's a certain legal requirement. So you need to know about all this stuff, right? Before you go for a hazard study, right? So these are legal requirements. So standard said, okay, I'm like not only material, raw material, your ingredient, and the product contact materials, like your bowls can be a product contact material. Where you keep the products through is a product contact material. And if it is a manufacturing plant, your line is a product contact material. Or maybe your cart can be a product contact material. So we need to study all. And then under this material, you need to do a biological, chemical, physical characteristics. Say, for example, if it is like say rice, right? So the product is rice. Right, rice is not a rice like you take, right? It's a rice, right? So what is the biological, chemical, and physical characteristic? And then composition of formulating ingredient, including additives and processing. So what is the composition of the rice, right? And then source, whether it's animal, mineral, vegetable. So of course, it's a vegetable thing. And then place of origin, province. So if you are getting a rice from Sri Lanka, what is the provision? So why this is important? Because there are certain areas you have a high pesticide content. So you need to study that part, right? So that is the source. Or if you are getting a rice from, say, Pakistan, so what will be the issue, right? And then the method of production. So sometimes like it goes through a heat process. So we need to study that, right? See, imagine we are not even going into a hazard. We are not coming to the factory. So this is the stage of raw material, right? And method of packing. So rice, they put it into a kind of a like, early it was a gunny bag. So there's a certain contamination. But right now it's not like, polysac bag, right? So, and then polysac bag has to have a food safety certificate because, and then you can see even the polysac bags, there's a print outside. So we need to know whether this print chemical goes into the rice, right? So packaging delivery, how do they pack? How do they deliver, right? And what is the storage condition for rice? And what is the shelf life, right? And then how do they prepare? Right. So all these things we need to study, except criteria related to food safety, specification of purchase material and ingredient appropriate to their intended use. So intended use means like rice, what are you going to do? You're not directly consuming rice. So if you are directly consuming rice, there was a different thing. But what you do is like, you take rice and then you put water, you heat it, and then you serve it. Right. So that is the intended use. So depend on the intended use, we need to study. Right. Now my question, can you can you select one raw material or maybe a packaging material, and can you develop this requirement for that packing material? Say I took one example as the rice, right? Say I'll take another raw material is water. Say for me, water, biological, chemical, physical character. So in Sri Lanka, there's a standard called SLS 894. So the drinking water quality has to be based on SLS 894. Right. So I need to make sure what are those parameters. The completion formulation is part of it. Like, oh, so these are the mineral, these are the pH level has to be there. And so is it from bowel? Or is it from the river? So we need to know about that, right? Place of origin, either bowel or a river, right? Production is comes through a tap or you are taking bottled water. Packaging, if it is a tap, you need to study about the tap process, or if it is a bottled water, where you keep it, and then storage condition, how long you can keep the water, right? And then preparation. So any product, water would be the main ingredient, right? So now I will give another 10 minutes. I want you to identify one ingredient in your canteen, like in your home, do a homework, you can use the internet, right? And study this material. First thing, I need to know whether you understand my question. Did you understand my question? Tim, did you understand my question? So you're going to practice the hazard case study, right? So okay, I'm sorry, you didn't understand. But okay, right now, that's fine. Let me clarify. So when you want to do a HACCP study, right? First thing you need to understand the raw material. Say for example, if it is you're going to do a HACCP for canteen, that's a bit complicated, but I believe like most of you are coming from a university student, so your only food experience is a canteen. Right. So if it bit complicated, but we have no option. We have to take that example. Right. If it is a coconut oil manufacturing facility, my only and initial ingredient is coconut oil. So I can do this study for coconut oil. So I need to see biological, chemical, and physical characteristics of coconut oil. So I need to check that raw coconut oil, raw coconut. So what is the biological parameter? So you say, okay, it has this kind of a thing, and then a chemical composition is this, physical characteristics this, and then composition of the coconut. So I'll say, okay, composition, I have this amount of water, this amount of oil, this amount of protein, this. So that's the composition. You study that. And then source. So coconut is coming from a tree, so it's a vegetable. And then place of origin, whether this coconut coming from Gaul or whether this coconut coming from Anuradhapur area, you need to study. And then coconut industry, we need to understand this is some areas they put heavy amount of chemicals, right? And then method of production. So you pluck the coconut and then you remove the husk and then you do a hatcheting part so that you understand the method of production. And then packing of delivery, you put it in the lorry and you transport, and then storage condition and shelf life. So how long you are going to keep the coconut nut? Where are you going to keep it? Your industry. Sometimes they keep it in an open place, so that will be a contamination. Sometimes they have a closed place, so you study that, and then preparation and handling before you use the processing. So preparation part, you take the coconut oil, you do the hatcheting, remove, and then you take the white ball. So that's the part we need to study. So under each and every material, so it's not easy. Under each and every material, you need to do this study, right? So I took one example in coconut. So Now, since most of you are familiar with your the university canteen, you can take one ingredient, say salt. What is the composition of the salt? Whether in Sri Lanka do we have SLS guideline? So you might not be able to download right now, but you can do a Google search and check. Right. Did you understand my question now? Amsha, are you with me? Did you understand? Okay, great. What about others? What about others? Yeah, no issue. What about others? Guys, you good? You understand? Team, you understand? Okay, read me good. So, right, excellent. So, shall we take another 10 minutes? And you can use both the chat and WhatsApp. Both you can use. And I'll wait for 10 minutes and then I'll go through your one. So, 9, for me, 36, and 46. Right. So, if you have a question, you can ask. Or otherwise, like, you can basically like share with me on the WhatsApp. So I got one feedback, but yeah, because halal certificate, halal certificate is actually a customer requirement, right? It's not a legal requirement; it's a customer requirement because like when you do the product and especially export into halal, you need to check that. And then other thing like sometimes some countries uh, they don't accept our halal system, especially like if you try to send product into Dubai, uh, they are very strict, so they don't accept our halal system. They want their halal auditors to come and audit it. It's not easy, very expensive process, right? So I agree. So I don't have your name, 5225 number, but I think like your context analysis is perfectly good. Yeah, I'll share this with Minura also. So then Minura can post it again. On the chat. Yeah, thank you. So you can work on the initial part. See, first thing what you can do is like when you go to like industry, you can check this part. But I believe most of the industries they are missing this area, right? So this is a very detailed study. So any feedback up to now? Minora, I basically stopped, forgot to give the break, right? We're supposed to take a break, right?
Sure, sir.
We have to take a break, right? Now, I'm basically like not not in time zone. So do we need to take a break, Minora? Like,
So we can, if it's okay, you can take the break around 12:30.
sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
So can we take a break around 12:30 for lunch?
We'll straight away take a 12:30, right? So now
Yeah.
what is the time? Like, how many hours we have? Like, just let me know when the 12:30.
Okay, so it's 11:50 now.
11:15. Okay. You let me know around 12:30. So we'll take a break, lunch break, 45 minutes. Enough, right?
Okay, sir.
Right. You let me know. So when times come, because I'm in a different time zone, so that's a problem for me.
Okay, sir.
You can interfere and like let me know so I can stop at that point.
Okay, so we will tell you.
Right. Ritmi, like you have said, you're taking the salt, ID content and quality, food act compliance, packaging rules, storage rules. So, like, this is good at the beginning, but we might need a lot of information. Like, when you talk about salt, right? There's a specific standard for salt. I think like phosphorus level, like manganese, those levels are given. So sometimes like we notice like when you import salt, like in Sri Lanka still they import in salt, right? Like throughout we have a seed all over the country, but we sometimes we import, and then if the salt levels are not in the specific like standard, they like, the authorities basically hold the content. So there are certain parameters. I don't think we have time to go into that. So when you do this raw material study, you need to study that, right? Like what is the content and all, and then salt composition. What is the composition? And then the salt source. So salt, like there are two different sources, and then place of origin. It's like it's Hambantota Sri Lanka or it's coming from India. You need to study it, and then the mechanism of transportation, and then storage rules. So those things you need to include. I think like Whitney, you need to include that. Right. So anyone else? Anyone else? So I got one. So when you do your the study, right? When you do your like the coursework on HACCP, I don't think you will go into this depth, right? So this is the requirement of the standard, like a standard, and when you come to the industry, you need to know about it. So now, like I think, like this will give a kind of a clear picture when you go for an interview, right? I think like most of you are looking for jobs and all. Like when you go for interview, before go for the interview, just see what are the products they manufacture, and then try to understand a little bit of legal requirement. Like if it is salt, what are the legal requirement? If it is fruit, what are the legal requirement? If it is a catering facility, what are the legal requirement? So those things will definitely like help you uh to face the interview as well, and then like that will enhance your knowledge also. So I'm starting getting feedback. So I'm getting this feedback. Let me see. But I got one from about salt, and Lakshi has sent one information. Let's see. So I'll come back to this because there's issue with download in this part. Okay, let me try to read. I got one from 6826. Who's this? Amasha. Amasha has sent. Okay, what is her product? Raw material, coconut oil, product from coconut kernel, packing with characteristics. It's not very clear. I'm sure. I think like it's bit blurred, right? I can't read it. Right. Okay. Now I can. So raw material coconut oil, product from coconut kernel, packaging bottles with caps. Okay, labels, characteristics, appearance, odor, moisture content, iodine value. Yeah. So you need to check all these stuff, and then composition of coconut oil, fat, protein, minerals, source of coconut oil, oil mill, place Kurunagala, method of production for general white coconut oil, collect crude oil, filtering. Okay, you identify packaging of delivery pet bottles, food grade container, storage condition, store for like this is good. Uh, so Individually, thank you. Like your feedback is good, and then let's take another one. I'll take another one. Milk. Okay, biological, chemical, physical characteristic, color, KT test, coagulation, yeah. And then composition, you identified what water, milk, fat, protein, minerals. Okay. And then source farm, milk chain, place of origin, farm, small scale, large scale, method of production, hand milking and milk, method of packing and delivery. Okay, I think like you guys now I think like you got it right. So only thing now, I think like you don't have enough time to do the study, right? So, but let's say if somebody said milk, so water content, everything has to be there. Okay, now chili powder. chemical composition, protein, carbs, lipids, capsaicin. Okay, all physical characteristics are there. Okay, great. So I think like now you understand what you mean by this part, right? So I like we don't need to spend more time on that. But when you go back to the industry, this is the first thing you need to check. Just check whether you have complete the initial raw material, ingredient, and product contact material. So your product contact materials, like you need sometimes you need to get information about your SS material. That also kind of requirement. Like now, after completing this, so you can see this is not a easy study. This is not actually easy study, right? You need to spend a lot of time. You need to do a lot of research. You need to get more information, legal requirement. So those are kind of like a serious requirement you need to study. So this is very important part, right? Let's move into the other one, right? So we complete this and then end product. You need to study the end product. Organization shall ensure that all applicable statutory and regulatory requirement are identified for the end product intended to be produced. So like say for example, now in your canteen, there can be a rice, there can be a kottu, right? There can be a tea, there can be a plain tea, right? So now earlier what they do is they supposed to add add sugar and give it to you. Now there's a legal requirement you can't give, right? So that's why they give sugar separately, right? So even now in the product, like if you do a study on their like packaging material, the packaging material has to give a certain information about the sugar content. So that's another part. So organization shall maintain document information. So these are document information, characteristics of the end product to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis, including information on the following. So product name, similar identification, say rice, or maybe like now one of you have identified the salt. What are the requirements? So if you are into a salt manufacturing, what are the requirements? If you are into a coconut manufacturing, what are the requirements, right? The composition, the biological, chemical, physical characteristic relevant to food safety, and intended shelf life and storage condition. If it is a water, what is the intended shelf life and storage condition, right? And then the packaging, right? And then labeling related to food and instruction, right? And method of distribution and delivery. So these things we need to study. So first you study your raw material, type of raw material. So depend on the complexity of the industry, you need to study a lot. And then you complete that part, you keep that data. So when you do that study, you will understand a lot. So that understanding is really required when you go for a hazard plan. But most of the time, what people does is like, without that understanding, they started to do hazard. So you miss out a lot of things, right? So that is very important. And the second thing, when you do a hazard study, right, like, this information is very important. Now, we keep the middle part, and then now we try to complete the final stage, the end product. Now, you can pick one end product. Say, for example, if I pick bread, right? So say, okay, canteen, I make bread, I have a bakery. So I'm making a bread. So what would be the legal requirement for bread, right? So you can say product name is bread. Composition. You have a flour, you have a moisture, you have a like yeah. So this is my composition. And the biological, chemical, physical characteristics of the bread. So you can say okay, TVC coliform has to be this level, those kind of a requirement. Physical, no metal part, nothing, right? Chemical, there's no chemical contamination, right? Internal shelf life and storage condition. So you say, okay, bread, if it is covered packaging material, it can last long for 2 to 3 days. So you have to have expiry date. And if it is open, ready to eat product, within same day you have to consume, right? So the packaging with the bag or without bag, or with the paper bag or with the polythene bag, right? So depend on this type of bag, your storage condition will be different. And then labeling. What are the instruction you need to give for the labeling? And then the intended use, and then method of distribution. So if it is like in-house, you put it in your tray and serve in the outlet. Or otherwise, if you transport, you have a separate vehicle and transport into the outlet. So these are the key requirements. So I take one example on the bread. Now, I give maybe we don't need to give 10 minutes. I give 5 minutes. Can you identify one end product in your canteen or like wherever the place you work, and then develop this part? So this will be your case study too. Can you do this? Team, can you do the case study too? Team, are you okay? Can you do the case study too? Team, are you good? All right, Hiruni is okay. I believe all the others are okay. So let's take 5 minutes. So you don't need more than 10 minutes. Right, let's take this. Okay, Rithmi, now what we try to do is like see, you identify the raw material first. You try to identify the raw material part. Now, in this study, like this is actually has a part, right? In this study, what we try to understand the end product. Say your organization manufacturing coconut oil. So that will be your end product. So under end product, what is the name? You say, okay, this is the coconut oil. Now, if I ask this question, now have you seen the vegetable oil in the market? Right. So the name is vegetable oil. What do you mean by vegetable oil? Are you getting oil from like rabu, carrot, and all kind of a thing? So that's what we know as a vegetable, right? Yeah. So that's the kind of vegetable. So are we getting oil from rabu and carrot? Leeks? We are not getting, right? So you need to have a proper correct name, right? So this part is very important. Name and then composition. So in coconut water, coconut oil, what are the composition? The oil contain, moisture contain, like whatever composition. And then biological, chemical, physical characteristics, like you do for your raw material. This is for the end product. And then intended shelf life and storage condition. So if it is a coconut, what is the shelf life? 6 months, 1 year. And then what is the storage condition? You need to, whether you need to keep it fridge or not. Like say, for example, Tetra Pak product, like the milk and all. So it's a normal storage condition is like, you can keep it in the room temperature. That's fine. So that's why like it's basically on the shelf. But when it's come to when you open the pack, they give special instructions. Say, okay, look, you need to keep under refrigeration. This is valid only for 3 days. Unopened, 6 months, and normal room temperature. Open, 3 days, 2 days under refrigerant condition. So those information has to be there. And what is the packaging? Tetra Pak, glass bottle, plastic bottle, and then labeling. So what are the labeling instructions? So in Sri Lanka, like there's a separate label legal requirement. Like you notice about the food tag, right? So the color codes has to be there. So and then method of distribution. So those things you need to identify and depend on the product. But now imagine when you take the canteen. So product like Kottu, you don't have a legal requirement, but you can ask from your canteen guys, like what is the composition? How many rotis there? How many chicken pieces are there? What is the number of like, salt add? So those composition has to be there. With me, you got my question? So this has to be done. See, now I know like you are very much familiar with Like when you started to work on the HACCP, you are very much familiar with like, process map and all. But you miss out this part. These are the requirement. With me, you're good? You understand the part question now? All right. Okay. So let's take another 2, 3 minutes. If others are complete, you can share those with me so I can give a feedback. Can I get feedbacks, team? So I'm starting to get feedback. All right. Product name is ice cream. Interesting. So the composition, milk, cream, sugar, flavor, colorings. Okay. Biological, chemical. Right. Okay. So now I think like, you don't have much time. Lakshini, uh, I mean, this is fine for the time being, but when you say, like, when you do develop this for the ice cream composition, you need to mention like, in milk, what is the percentage? The cream, milk, water, right? Normally water. So milk, what would be the percentage? Is it a whey powder or like, the milk? And then cream and then sugar percentage. What are the flavors you are using? So you may be using different flavors, 4, 5 different flavors, and then coloring. So those information has to be there. I know like, within 5 minutes you can't do this, right? And then biological, physical, smooth texture, semi-solid, frozen status, and then biological in basically like, the microbe count, TVC, coliform, salmonella, those kind of things. So you have to give like, salmonella zero, this kind of. So that information has to be there. Chemical, you can mention these are the pH, those parameters. You can go. I mean, like you gave a good try, right? So this is like, this is really good. Storage condition and shelf life at store at -18, perfect. Shelf life usually 5 to 10 months. Packaging in plastic cups. Yeah, plastic cups with plastic lid or aluminum cover, or maybe like, so you're talking about the ice cream cup only, right? And then labeling ingredient list has to be there, manufacturing expire date has to be there, batch numbers there, sugar color codes has to be there, and then there should be a special instruction say, okay, this need to be kept on a frozen condition, right? Method of distribution and delivery, transport in a freezer vehicle. Agreed. This is perfect. Can I get more feedbacks, team? Okay, I have one feedback from the wheat flour. Let's see. Wheat flour characteristic biological low microbial count. Salmonella. Salmonella has to be zero. Who's this? Sashini like salmonella has to be zero actually. But other TBC coliform you can have a count. The chemical moisture level you need to maintain 14.5. I'm actually not sure about the numbers, but the concept is really good. Physical fine powder, creamy white color, and then composition may include addition like iron, folic acid, and aspartic acid. Okay, and then composition may be like, if you take wheat flour, what is the main part? What is the main ingredient in wheat? Like starch, whatever, and then you can have additional stuff, right? And the source vegetable, it was the place of origin, USA, Canada, Australia, method of production, grain, corn, like you have this. Okay, perfect. Anybody else want to? Yeah, I got another feedback. I think RV, read me. Yeah. Thank you, Ridmi. So you identify the cheese, right? Milk, salt, culture, 60. Okay. All right. Great, Ridmi. So you identify the composition, 30 to 80%, like, the moisture, water, protein, 80%, 25, fat, carbs, like, okay. The minerals, okay. Vitamin A, vitamin, okay. Storage temperature, 2 to 8. Fresh cheese, 5, soft cheese, okay. Wax coating, aluminum foil, okay, perfect. ഔഷധിനി മാവ് ഒലുവൻ കിട്ടണോ? So I need to I need to check, right? So in product biscuits, right? Okay, composition, flour, sugar, fat, evening agents, additives. Okay, so Ocean, like you're on the right track, right? So you can identify what are the things and then include in the composition. And then microbiological specs, chemical contamination limit, moisture content. Yeah, agreed. So you don't understand right now. I mean, like, we don't have that data right now, so we need to include that. And then 6 months shelf life, humidity control, plastic wrapper, and then labeling ingredient. Okay, so I think like I'll ask this all three to me in order. Wonder, I'm sending few ones, like, others are also quite okay. I'm sending few, you can put it into the group so others can see that.
Okay, sir. I will send.
Yeah, that's easy. Right. Okay. Right. Now, I think like, I'll go through the others when we go for the next the case study and give you update on the WhatsApp chat. Right, guys. Now, see, this is very important, and then most of the time we are missing out this part. Right, like, this important thing, sometimes we are missing out, so we can't miss out this part. So we have to have information about all your raw materials and then your finished product. Right, let's move on. So we complete the case study. Now this is very important part: intended use. See, the intended use including reasonable expected handling and end product, and any unintended use but reasonably expected mishandling and misuse of the end product shall be considered and shall be maintained documented information extend need to conduct the hazard analysis, right? So where appropriate group of consumers use shall be identify product. Group of consumer use known to be especially vulnerable for specific food safety hazards shall be identified. Say, for example, now, now I'll take one example. Say, intended use mean the tea. The tea bag, what we're supposed to do is we need to put it into the hot water, right? And brew it and remove the tea bag and drink only the extract part. Right. That's what we're going to do. Right. If somebody try to eat the tea bag and then complain about hazard, are you responsible for that? Like, say, for example, you are into tea manufacturing company. So the packing part, export part. Somebody try to eat the tea bag and say, okay, there's an issue with eating tea. Are you responsible for that? What do you think? Now, very simple question. So this is all about intended use. So you are manufacturing a tea, black tea. So you are not in a black tea factory, you are in an export factory. So you bring the black tea, you blend it, and then you put it into bags, right? Or bag in the pouch. So somebody open the pouch and start eating tea, black tea. What do you do? And then they complain, there's issues, so throat and all kind of issues came from eating tea. So now what are you going to do? I hope you understand my question, right? So you have a tea pack, 400-gram tea pack. Somebody start eating tea and then they complain. What are you going to do? Team, what are you going to do now? So you are the food manager. You are a QA manager. So you are into QA. Now there was a complaint. One person started to eat tea. What are you going to do? So you are in the industry. You are in a tea industry. You have a customer complaint. Someone started eating tea. What are you going to do with it? See, come on, guys. You're getting graduated and you're getting to industry. So industry, you will end it up with this kind of question. So your customer said, okay, I eat tea now. My customer is in the hospital. So you can't just keep quiet. Agreed. I think I don't know your name, SAKO, right? So this is perfect. Say in your tea bag, this is perfect answer. You can see the chat, right? Uh, I don't know, SAKO has given answer. If you have given the instruction how to use it, we did not get any responsibility. In the tea bag, you can see that instruction was given in a kind of form of pictures. That is very important. That is the intended use. This part, right? So the tea is supposed to dip in a hot water, and then leave it for 3 minutes and then take it out, extract, and then you take out the tea bag, or maybe you put it into a kind of container and then move it out, and then you only drink the extract, right? The intended use is the extract. So that's it. That's very important part. Otherwise, you are responsible. I think answers. Readme has given an answer. Pramadu has company can go against the complaint as they have already stated the intended use it. Yeah, normally we don't go against the customer, right? We will communicate the instruction has given you need to follow that. T is like that. So normally we don't go against, but we will try to communicate with the customer. Say, look, this is what we do, right? So this is how. So intended use is very important. But this is actually the food industry intended use is not that difficult, right? But when it's come to I'll give additional information. Cosmetic industry. This is very important. Why? Right? Say, for example, now shampoo. what are you supposed to do? You might say, okay, shampoo is not a food product. I agree. But when you do apply shampoo in your hair, and when you bath, there's a certain portion can go into your mouth, and then certain portion can go into your body, right? That's not intended use. For the shampoo, intended use is to wash your hair. But unintentionally, not forcefully, unintentionally, there's a portion can go into your body. So now the worst scenario is toothpaste. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to brush. Intended use is what? You brush your teeth and then you're supposed to throw away. But there's a certain portion can go into your body. So that is reasonable intended use. So then the manufacturer of shampoo or toothpaste, what they need to do is they have to use the food grade ingredient. The car wash manufacturer doesn't need to worry about it because intended use is to wash the car. I'm like, if you're using a car wash to wash your hair, there's something wrong with you, right? It's not a food grade ingredient, but the shampoo manufacturer, uh, has to have a certain rule. So this is very important. You need to understand need and expectation of customer plus intended use. I hope this is clear to you, right? So whatever the product you manufacture, you need to understand the intended use, and same time you need to make sure if you are into export origin, the organization. Say most of you we have about 300 plus people. So some of you join in the export oriented organization. So when you join into the export oriented organization, you need to check whether the people who are involved with this, right? Your customer, they understand your need, intended use. That's very important, right? So I think this is one key area. Now let's move, right? So you don't need to do intended study. Right. Okay. I have a question. Yeah. Uh, right. Okay. Madhushika has asked question it's not a question. Using materials like cornstarch and hemp fiber to make tea bags. Yes, because mainly these are food grade ingredients. So unintentionally, if something happened, that of course you can use it. So this is one approach, because but sometimes you use say pyramid tea bags. So you have a 100% synthetic material. So there will be a kind of issue. But cornstarch and hemp fibers, this will be like one classic example. People consider about the intended use, and then they use it, right? So this is one example, right? Now, I don't think we need to do a case study on intended use. But now let's come to a process flow diagram. This is most important. Now we are gradually coming to your core areas, which you know about this, right? So you study the raw material part, you study the finished product, you study the intended use. Now, the manufacturing process, say your canteen example, they bring the raw material and then they cut it, wash it, chop it, and then they cook it, and then they add whatever the other ingredients, and then they started serving. So that's the process map. So if it is a coconut oil, they open the hatcheting, do the hatcheting, they do the sieving part, they get the white ball, and then they do chopping, whatever, and then expeller, all activities up to a pure coconut oil part, right? So those are the process map. Like if it is fish product, you bring the fish, chop it, clean it, so, and then make it pieces, and then put it in the cooking area, and then serving. So those are the process we need to identify. So this is very important. Flow diagram and description. Food safety team shall establish, maintain, and update flow diagram, documented information for the product or product categories and the process covered by FSMS. Flow diagram provide graphic representative of the process. Flow diagram shall be used when conducting the hazard analysis as a basic for evaluating the possible occurrence, increasing, decreasing, or introduction of food safety. So this is very important flow diagram part, right? And I'll explain that. Flow diagram shall be clear, accurate, and sufficiently detailed to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis. Flow diagram shall be appropriate, including following. So let me go through this. the sequence and interaction of the steps in operation. So you need to identify the sequence. So you can't bypass. Say, for example, if you are getting a vegetable, so you bring the vegetable, keep it on the sink, right? And then you take it and you wash it, right? So you can't just say bring the material, store, right? That's not happening. So you need to identify all the minor step in between, right? Some organization, what they do is like, especially hotels. Right now we are talking about the canteen, so that's why I stick to the hotel part. So then there will be a, like, a special bath, like, sometimes we call chlorine or whatever the materials are there just to disinfect. So you dip in the particular bath and keep sometimes, and then like you are assuring there's no microbes or any other material, living organisms are there, right? So those are step by step. So we need to understand the sequence and interaction of the step by operation. Any outsource process. Sometimes you use outsource process. Say sometimes, like, in hotels, right? Even in your canteen. I don't know whether you are making string hoppers. Are you making in your canteens, like, universities? Are you making string hoppers, or are you buying string hoppers? Say, for example, in your home, right? Home, you prepare rice, curries, and everything. That's your basic part. But sometimes you buy string hoppers from outside. Yeah, you buy, right? So that is the outsourced process. So if, like, say, for example, you are having a guest in your home and you're supposed to provide the meal, like, say, dinner. So you cook everything, the meals, whatever the vegetables and all, like rice and all. So you buy vegetable, the string hoppers from outside. That is outsource operation. And then if these people are, like, get infected, or if there's an issue with the food what you provided, you can't just say, like, maybe it's from outsourced food. So you have to make sure, like, outsourced parties also giving the correct requirement, right? So this is why standard said, like, how to select the outsourced party. So that's standard said, like, outsourced process, right? Where the raw material, ingredients, processing aids, packing material, utilities, and intermediate product enter the flow. Okay, so I'll take one example. The processing aids or other raw materials. Say, for example, now if I take, listen carefully, like if I take buying pineapple in the market, like, you have a chopped pineapple in the market, or maybe a cashew in the market. So when you get into the bus and all, like, you buy this kind of a thing, right? Like, on the way you can chew, you can eat it. So you buy the cashew or pineapple. So if you try to develop the process map for that, you say, okay, cashews are there, or pineapples are there. They get a bag, open it, put the cashew, put the pineapple, seal it or close it, give it to you. That's the process step. But you are missing the most important part. What is the most important part? When they open the bag, they blow. Are you agree with me, team? Like, when the shop owner or shop person who in there say they open the bag, then they blow. Are you agreed? Team, are you agree with me? What do you think? So if it is a cashew or if it is a pineapple, what they do is they take the bag, blow it to open. Did you notice this part? Team, what do you think? Are you agree with me? Team, what do you think? Do you agree with me? They actually blow it, right? Or not? What do you think? Kesara, what do you think? Demini, what do you think? Rashmi, what do you think? Do they blow? Yeah. Kesara said, yeah, they do, they blow. So if you miss that step, what will happen? If you miss that step, because there can be a lot of micro contamination, right? So when you do a hazard study, that won't capture, right? That step, like, you need to take control, but it won't capture there because you have not identified that in your process flow diagram. That's the problem. Yeah. So when you do a process map, you need to identify everything, right? Intermediate product, processing aid, packing materials, everything you need to add. Where rework and recycling take place. Say sometimes, like, rework. say in tea manufacturing, tea packing section. So there will be a defect product. What they do is like, they open the bag, they remove the discarding, like, like one of our team members said, like, fibers, right? Cornstarch material. So Madhushika said, like, you open the bag, you remove the packaging material, but you take the tea bag, right? So then that tea is a rework. Again, it will introduce. But then that tea has some issues again. Why? Because you manually you touch it, you open it. When you open, like, the some like, packaging material can go with the tea. Right. There are so many factors. Or maybe some teas, like, tea bags, you have a small staple. Maybe that staple pins can go inside, or maybe there's a string. That string part can go inside. So those are the physical hazards. So we need to study that part, right? So standard said, okay, look, rework and recycling take place, and where the product, intermediate product, byproduct waste are released or removed. So there can be a intermediate byproduct. Sometimes, like, you manufacture fruit pulp. You manufacture the pulp and then put it into a freezer. So that's a kind of intermediate product. Then only you take it back and then do a sterilization part when you want it, right? During the season, you manufacture and keep as a kind of bulk, right? So then this is very important. And then this is very important. On-site confirmation of flow diagram. You can see the food safety team shall confirm on-site the accuracy of the flow diagram, update the flow diagram where appropriate, restart restaining by document information. So once you develop the process flow diagram, right? Once you develop the process flow diagram, the food safety team, like, food safety team can comprise of, like, microbiologists, chemists, engineering, a production guy, like, different team. So everybody should go through the process and physically verify whether the process is actually happening. So when you go through the process map, sometimes we identify there are so many changes, so many modifications. So that is very important part. Right. Now, I want you to cover this and develop a process flow diagram. And then this time we are going to develop a process flow diagram for very simple tasks. I want you to make a process flow diagram, plenty. Can you make a process flow diagram?
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, it's 12 p.m. now.
Okay. So we'll stop for lunch, right? Right. Mindra, can we finish your lunch within half an hour?
Sure, sir.
Team is okay? Half an hour lunch? Since we have a lot to cover. Guys, okay? Half an hour lunch and come back? Team, shall we take a break? Lunch break? I think like we didn't take a tea break also. We have a lot to cover, but that's okay. We can manage. But shall we take half an hour lunch and break and come back? I believe all okay, right? Yeah, let's do that. Minur, we can stop for lunch and then we'll come back at 12:30, your time.
Okay, sir.
So my time is 11 o'clock. I'll be back at 11. Thank you. So enjoy your lunch and just make sure like your lunch has all the requirement, has a requirement. Right. I think all are on the way or like still having the lunch. Minu, shall we wait for a few minutes? Vashini, what do you think? Let's start.
Sorry, sir.
Let's start or like we'll wait for a few minutes. Now it's 12, right?
Yeah.
12:30. 12:30. I'm sorry. 12:30, yeah.
We have
It was
already
supposed to.
176 participants. We'll wait few minutes, right, first?
Right. Okay. So I think during the break time, I had a chat with Minura and Bashini. Like, so there are few requests just to explain it in Sinhala as well. I can do that. So, team, are you okay with that, or is there anybody who's having? I will continue the program in English, but I'll do a little bit of explanation in Sinhala as well. You okay with that? Uh, team, are you okay with that if I do a little bit of explanation in Sinhala? Mm, I think like you're okay with that, right? Okay, so let's do that. All right. Now, team, until like others join, this is very important part. I hope you can see the presentation, the flow diagram part, right? So when you develop flow diagram, okay, so I want single as well. So flow diagram is very important part in this as a so we need to have a sequence, interaction, and if there's outsource process has to be there. Like any additives like AR. We took example, right? Rework in recycling was taken. Those things has to be there. දැන් අපි හිතන්න ෆ්ලෝ ඩයග්‍රෑම් එක අඳිනවා කියන එක හරියම ඉම්පෝටන්ට් පාර්ට් එකක් ප්‍රොසෙස් මැප් එකක හැසප් එකට යන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා මම හිතන්නේ මුල් පාර්ට් දෙකත් ඔයගලන්ට ගොඩක් ක්ලියර් ඇති එකක් තමයි ඉන්ග්‍රීඩියන්ට් වල කරපු එක දෙවෙනි එක තමයි අපි ෆිනිෂ් ගුඩ් කරපු එක ඊට පස්සේ අපි කතා කරා ඉන්ටෙන්ඩඩ් යූස් එක. ඒතර දැන් මෙතන ෆ්ලෝ ඩයග්‍රෑම් එකේදී අපි මේන්ලි තියෙන එකක් තමයි අපිට සීක්වන්ස් එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි සීක්වන්ස් එකක්. ඊට පස්සේ අපි එළිය අවුට්සෝස් කරනවා නම් දැන් මම ගත්ත උදාහරණය තමයි අපි ඉන්දියාප්ප ගේනවා නම් ගෙදර කෑම දෙන්න කට්ටියට ඉන්දියාප්ප අවුට්සෝස් ප්‍රොසෙස් එකක්. ඒතර ඉන්දියාප්ප කාලා කාට හරි බඩරි දෙනවා කිව්වොත් අපිට කියන්න බෑ ඒක අපේ එකක් නෙමෙයි වෙන අයගේ කියලා. අපි ළඟ සිස්ටම් එකක් ප්‍රොසෙස් එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කොහොමද ඉන්දියාප්ප සිලෙක්ට් කරගන්නේ කියලා. ඒතර සමහරට ඉන්දියාප්ප ගන්න එක්කෙනාව බලලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් ටෙස්ට් කරලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන් මොකක් හරි මෙකනිසම් එකකින්. ඊට පස්සේ අපි අර ප්‍රොසෙසින් ඒඩ්ස් වලට කතාව අපි ගත්තේ අන්නාසි කතාව අපි ගත්තේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අන්නාසිය රටකජොරේ අපි ගනිද්දි මේ මිනිස්සේ අපේ ප්‍රොසෙස් එකේ ඇන්දොත් නිකන් අන්නාසි ගන්නවා බෑග් එක ගන්නවා ඒකට අන්නාසි හරි රටකජොරේ දානවා දෙනවා කිව්වොත් ඒක වැරදි. ඇයි ඒ වැරදි වෙන්නේ? මේගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ බෑග් එක අරගෙන මොකද කරන්නේ මේකට පිඹිනවා. ඒකල පිඹලා තමයි රටකජු හරි අන්නාසි හරි දාන්නේ. ඒක දැන් මේ පිඹින ස්ටෙප් එක ප්‍රොසෙස් මැප් එකේ තිබ්බේ නැත්තම් අපිට ඒක අයින් කරනවද ඒකට කන්ට්‍රෝල් දානවද මොනවද කරන්න කියන එක අපිට හදාගන්න බැරිලු. ඒතර ප්‍රොසෙස් මැප් එක හරි වැදගත්. ඒතර මේක අන්තිමට කියනවා food safety team shall confirm on site accuracy. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒතර අපේ food safety team එක on site යන්න ඕනේ site එකට ගිහිල්ලා process map එක බලන්න ඕනේ. ඒක වැදගත්. ඒතර ඒගොල්ලෝ sign off කරන්න ඕනේ මේ process map එක දැක්කා කියලා. ඒතර මේ ටික clearද කට්ටියට? team එක clearද මේ ටික? මම මේ කිය part එක. Are you all okay? So what I'll do is I'll explain in English, since like there will be some of you might have a difficulty because when Procul team they advertise this will be done in English, right? So I had to respect that. And then same time when you conduct the program, there will be like this is a bit technical subject, so you might need a little bit of explanation. So I'll do it in Sinhala. So I'll first finish the English part and then I'll try to do the Sinhala part as well. So Pramudi, Pramundi, right? So you said like you're okay. Team is okay, right? Pramudi, you have a question or like are you okay? Yeah, okay, right, okay. So we'll do in both. Right now, our task, homework එක. අපේ තිබ්බ homework එක, we need to develop a process map for tea making. දැන් මේ content එක පාවිච්චි කරලා අපිට ඕනේ කහට තේ එකක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් plain tea එකක් හදාගන්න සීනි දාපු. මට ඕගොල්ලෝ අර දැන් මේ මෙච්චර කල් කරා වගේ process map එකේ ඇඳලා දෙන්න. I'll give 10 minutes because this is very important. I'll give 10 minutes. So then during that time, Bashini and Proper team can onboard everybody. So I'll give 10 minutes. Like, you know, I need a process map, perfect process map covering tea making. So you don't need to go into the tea manufacturing plant, right? Black tea වලට ගිහිල්ලා හදාගෙන කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. What you need, like, you know, you're in your kitchen. You have tea bags or tea, right? Tea powder. So that would be your starting point. ඒකෙන් අරගෙන තේ එකක් හදන්න. මට process map එකක් හදලා දෙන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ එකතු වෙලා. team එක හරි වෙන වෙනම හරි. කොහොමද plain tea එකක් එළියට එන්නේ? So intended product is what? Is a plain tea with the sugar. Now I want a like process map for how you going to make a plain tea කියන එක. plain tea එකට හදන process map එකක් මට ඕනේ. clear the team එක. ඔයගලන්ට පුළුවන් ද විනාඩි 10 කරන් plain tea වලට process map එකක් හදලා දෙන්න මට. Can you all do that? Can you all do that? Can you all make a plain tea process map for making a plain tea? So then after, if I see your process map, I should be able to run through it and make a plain tea. ඒ කියන්නේ මම process map එක ඔයගලන්ගේ එක බැලුවට පස්සේ මට පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ ඒක දිහා බලාගෙන plain tea එකක් හදන්න. ඒ level එකට accurate තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද verify කරලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Team, are you okay? කරන්න පුළුවන්ද ඒක? Team, I need the feedback. Can you all do that? Process map එකක් හදලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද මට plain tea එකක් හදන්න? එතකොට ඒක තමයි අපි හැසප් එක ඉස්සරහට කරන්න යන්නේ. කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් කැන්ටින් එකක් නේ අපි තියෙන කැන්ටින් එකේ ප්ලේන් ටිකක් ඉල්ලනවා සීනි දාපු. process map එක ඕනේ. ටීම් එක ඕකේද ක්ලියර්ද ඒක? ටීම් එක are you good? Are you clear? Team, I didn't get any feedback. From Indu, you are okay? All right, okay. So let's take 10 minutes and you can use both. Chat එක හරි WhatsApp එක හරි දාන්න. So then during that time, I'll try to give the feedback for the previous one. I think for both the Anjani, I think like she has done a like nice case study. So she did she created a situation. I don't know whether this is actual situation. Like no 40 plus student got stomach ache and then possible cause, improper cooking of chicken, food kept unsafe temperature, cross contamination, food hygiene, and then internal issues, negatives, no proper temperature monitoring, poor band hygiene, lack of staff training, positive management, canteen quality check, canteen quality, student required medical treatment, cleaning and innovation, external issues. So like then raw materials, coconut oil, biological characteristics, normally low risk, okay, chemical characteristic, free fatty, yeah. So if you can put, Pramodini, if you can put the figures, percentage, that would be ideal. And then packing and delivery is covered in detail. So in product, you identify pasteurized milk, product name, pasteurized cow's milk, whole cow's milk composition, like you can't just put whole cow's milk. Probably you have to give a ingredient list with the percentage, right? I hope you are listening, probably. Then food safety, cholesterol, whatever. So those things. I mean, this is good. You need to include more information. Okay. Oh, interesting. Who's this? Mandira. So Mandira has like a specification in product. It's basically mention about you have 4 minutes, more 4 minutes. You can send the process map. So it is very simple, right? You don't take 10 minutes to make a plain tea. විනාඩි 10ක් ගන්නනේ plain tea එකක් හදන්න. මේ ටස් කාලා process map එක දෙන්න. Right? So composition, raw material, water content, okay, ingredient, shelf life, days. Okay. This is interesting, Mandra. Thank you very much. This is nice. I'll share with Meenura. You can share in the group. Okay, I'm started to get the tea process map. So you have about another 2 minutes. Okay, I'm starting to get the tea process map. So we'll say take required amount of water to the kettle. Uh, boil, heat the water to 100 centigrade. Add the tea bag into the cup and put the water. Leave it for 2 to 5 minutes. Remove the tea bag. Add the required amount of sugar and stir until complete dissolve. Serving the drinking. Okay, perfect. Right. Right. Okay. Let's see another one. So you started to get tea about so these are very crucial factors, right? Take required amount of water, boil, and then back for cup and water, leave it for 2 to 5 minutes, remove the tea bag. Most important part, remove the tea bag, right? Yeah, right. What's this? Dilmani, one more thing, right? Dilmani may tea bag process again. Add required amount of say 2 to 3 teaspoon sugar and stir until completely dissolved. Dilmani මෙතන එක දෙයක් කරන්න ටී ස්පූන් එක දාලා ඉවරලා dissolve කරලා ඉවරලා අපි තව දෙයක් කරන්න නැද්ද මේක? මෙහෙම කරලා බලන්න නැද්ද? ඒ ස්ටෙප් එකත් පොඩ්ඩක් crucial නැද්ද? Right, we got another one. Ingredients: tea leaf, water, sugar, short, boil water, measure required amount of water, 200. Add tea leaves in correct quantity and allow to brew for 2 to 3 minutes. Add required amount of sugar, stir until fully dissolved. Strain tea by remove the tea leaves. Right, 24 cups. Then, like there was one question. Uh, Parami, right? Parami Senanaga has sent. So you add boiled water, add tea leaves. So the previous one, you add tea bag. Now this is a tea leaves, right? Keep it for 2 3 minutes and then add required amount of sugar. දැන් මගේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ අපි තේ කොළ තියෙද්දි ඒකට සීනි දානවද නැද්ද? මොකද ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ? ටීම් එක මොකද කියන්නේ? තේ කොළ තියෙනකොට සීනි දානවද නැද්ද? නැත්තම් තේ කොළ ටික පෙරලි වලද සීනි දාන්නේ? තේ බෑග් එක තියෙනවට සීනි දානවද නැද්ද? දැන් මේ ස්ටෙප්ස් ටික මේ මම ගත්තේ හරි simple process එකක්. It's a very simple process, right? So my question, are you going to add sugar while the tea leaves are there or tea bags are there? Or are you going to take it out then add tea? The previous example, she has basically like, tea bag out, then add sugar. එතන පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබ්බා. මේක රහක් බලන්නේ නැති එක. නමුත් දැන් තියෙන එකේ process map එකේ තියෙන්නේ අපි තේකොළ මේ මොනවද කියන්නේ? තේකොළ තියෙද්දිම සීනි දානවා. Right. I think Ridmi said like, we want to sieve and tea leaves, right? You have a filter, right? Out tea leaves. Tea leaves out කරලා තමයි සීනි දාන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ ඔෂනි like I think like you agree, right? මේක අපිට ලියද්දි සමහරට වර්ධනය වෙනවා. I take one more example. I take one more example. Let's read this. For the map for plain tea, take a clean dry or cup, add 1 or 2 teaspoon into the cup, add 150 ml of boiling water to it. Close the lid and allow to brew for 2 to 3 minutes. Take clean dry spoon and stir it. Add 1 to 2 teaspoon of sugar. Stir again. Filter the tea into the another clean cup. Serve the tea. මේ බණ්ඩ මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැන් මේ තේ කොළ වලටම සීනි දාන කට්ටිය ඉන්නේ ඔක්කොමල්ලා. ඔගොල්ලෝ තේ හදන්නේ එහෙමද? ඒ කියන්නේ තේ කොළ වලට සීනි දාලා එතකොට සීනි වැඩිපුර දාන්න වෙනවා. Right? Take required amount of water, boil, add bag and remove the tea bag, add required amount of sugar. All right. Okay. So I think yeah. So that part is done. Team එක හරි නේද මේකේ? ඒ කියන්නේ මේ process map එක කොහේ හරි එක step එකක වැරදුනොත් එතනින් පස්සේ ඔක්කොම process map, boil water, add tea leaves, tea bag, steep into tea 3 minutes, remove the tea bag, add sugar, stir well, serve hot. Okay, I agree. දැන් මේ ටික කරද්දී ඔයගොල්ලෝ තේ රහ බලලා නැහැනේ කවුරුත්. මාව කවුද අපෝ ඔළුවේ හිටවන්නේ කවුද? Right. ඔළුවේ හිටවලා තියන්නේ. Lakshya මාව ඔළුවෙන් හිටවනවා. Right. Use boiled water and steep tea water 2 to 5 minutes. Remove the tea bag, stir in sugar while in the tea is right. Pure milk if you want, and milk tea. Okay. Stir into a cup. Serve. Right. Lakshya, I think like you also all are now getting into this, right? So I think let's see. Remove the tea bag. Observe the color, then add sugar. Right. Okay. So remove the tea bag. Okay. I think like you're almost there, right? You're almost there. So only thing is like what I need to say is you need to make sure this is perfectly cover the entire process map in a correct way, right? අර තේ බෑග් එක එළියට ගන්න එක, ටී කොළ ටික එළියට ගන්න එක, තේ ඇඩ් කරන එක. ඊට පස්සේ තේ එක අපි ටේස්ට් කරලා බලන එක. ඔය පොයින්ට්ස් ටික ඔක්කොම මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ඒ වයින් තමයි හැසඩ් දෙන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ මාත් එක්ක ක්ලියර් මේකට. රයිට්. විනාඩියක් දෙන්න මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට අපෝ මේකේ process map එක Tim, hope you can see this. මේ map එකක් පේනවද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට? process map එකක් පේන්න තියනවද? team එකක් process map එකක් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පේනවද? Guys, can you all see it? කාටවත් පේන්නේ නැද්ද process map එක? තාම presentation එකද පේන්නේ? All right, okay, you can see this, right? Okay, sure. Right. You can see when you develop, this is the manufacturing process for like, like styrofoam, Regiform box hadana factory. So you can see the process step, styrofoam granule storage, wrapping material storage, strapping material storage. So then there was a record, process QA inspection record, and who's responsible for that. So when you try to develop a process map, we try to cover in this format, like, standard doesn't ask you to do this format, right? But we can use this similar format. So then it will, like, transfer stride from granules to a pre-extended loader. Then there was a QC inspection for food safety and quality concern. So warehouse for expander machine, work instruction for expander machine, right? Then production staff QC inspection. So if it is okay, pre-expanding process. If not okay, fail, reject and dispose. So if they identify, okay, these granules are not okay, they reject it. Right? So that dispose. So the work instruction. So likewise, you have very detailed requirement. Right? All details are basically covered. Right? So everything is actually covered. So this is one process map until it, like, come to a like, styrofoam boxes, basically Regiform box. Then මේ process map එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ බැලුවාට පස්සේ මේකේ විස්තර ටික ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා. process step එක. කියන්නේ කිසිම එක step එකකවත් අඩු වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ step එකට අදාළ procedures ටික මොනවද කියලා තියෙනවා. ඒ අදාළ procedures එක කරන responsibility ගන්න කෙනා කියලා තියෙනවා. ඒතර මේ ටික ආවම දැන් හිතන්න ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ දැන් අපි ඉස්සරහට අන්තිම හරියට කතා කරනවා අර organization structures ගැන, JDs ගැන කතා කරා. දැන් මේ ටිකේ තියෙන information ටික තමයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ job description එකට වැටෙන්න තියෙන්නේ. හරි ලේසි එක. So basically whatever the information you have here, it will be interconnected. So all your checklists have been identified here, record and procedures. And then responsibilities. So your job description will basically link to this process map. So whoever wants to do their job proper way, if they follow the process map, and then that should link to your JDs, your life will be very easy, right? So this is one key area we need to require. So process mapping, I'm putting more effort on this, is very important because, like, see, process mapping is important. Now you took very simple example, tea making. So when you do a tea making process, and if you miss out the tea tasting part, අපි හැඳි ගාලා ඉවර වෙලා හැඳි දෙකක් දාලා තේ රහ බලනවා. සමහර තේ තියෙනවා සීනි රහ එන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? ආපහු සීනි හැන්දක් දාන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට දැන් මේ සීනි රහ තේ බලන හැන්ද බලන එක process step එකේ තිබෙ නැත්නම් මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? මම අතට අරගෙන බැලුවා නම් එකක්. මම හැන්ද කටේ ගහලා බැලුවා නම් තව එකක්. එතකොට තේ හදන එක්කෙනාට ඉන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් දීලා තියෙනවනේ මේක හැන්ද කටේ දාන්න බෑ මොන වෙලාවකද. මම ටේස්ට් කරන්න ඕනේ, මම අතට අරගෙන තමයි බලන්න ඕනේ. right. ඔය ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් ටික ඔක්කොම එන්නේ අපේ process map එක step එක තිබ්බොත් විතරයි. process map එකේ step එක තිබ්බ නැත්නම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඔය ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් ටික එන්නේ නැහැ කාටවත්. right. So this is very important part. Okay, let me remove this. I'm coming back to the presentation. Team, can you all see the presentation now? Can you all see the presentation? Sandamini, can you see? Mohindo, can you see? Can you see? All right. Okay. Excellent. You can see the presentation. Right. Now I'm going to. So now we covered the initial part, right? We have not touched the hazard concept, but we cover the raw material part, finished good part. Now the process map we complete, and then we need to, now we are going to create the process map, description of process and process environment. So this here we have basically like cover the process environment. So the food safety team shall describe the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis, the layout of the premises, including food and non-food handling areas, processing equipment and contact materials, processing aids and flow materials, existing PRPs, process parameters, control measures, external requirements, statutory requirements. So we need to identify the note, the describe shall be updated as appropriate and maintained as documented information. So what we need to do is like, before we do for the process map, we need to identify the process environment. What do you mean by process environment? Then, අපි කොටස් තුනක් කරා. එකක් අපි කතා කරා අපේ තියෙන raw materials ගැන, packing materials ඒවා ඔක්කොමත් එක්ක. දෙවෙනි එක අපි කතා කරා finished goods ගැන. ඊට පස්සේ තුන්වෙනි එක අපි කතා කරා අර processing aids කියන අර හුලං ගහන කතාව. ඊට පස්සේ අපි අන්තිමට කතා කරා process map එක. මේක මාර වැදගත් පොඩ්ඩක්. ඊළඟ මෙතන කතා කරනවා process environment එක. ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්න හදන environment එක. දැන් හිතන්න මම plastic packaging products නම් මම කරන්නේ මගේ තියෙන්න ඕන environment එක එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ main ප්‍රශ්නේ මට තියෙන්නේ plastic packaging වල main ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ මට මොකද්ද? dust එකේ ඒවා ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඒතකොට මගේ තියෙනවනේ fully enclosed environment එකක් primary packaging කරනවා නම් chemicals යන්නේ නැති dust යන්නේ නැති production එකක්. ඊළඟ මම හිතන්නේ මම meat product එකක් කරනවා නම් මගේ environment එක සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වෙනස්. ඇයි meat වල තියෙන්නේ කතන්දර වෙනස්. මොකද protein තියෙන්නේ high risk product එකක්. right. එතකොට ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඊට පස්සේ අපි ගත්තොත් හිතන්නකෝ අපි meat product එකක් එහෙම නැත්නම් dry product එකක් ගත්තොත් අපේ තියෙන හිතන මේ මොනවාද තේ වගේ එකක තියෙන්න ඕනේ process environment එක වෙනස්. right. දැන් මම මෙහෙම මේ ප්‍රශ්නය අහුවොත් ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ meat වලයි vegetable වලයි මේ දෙකේ high risk product එක මොකද්ද? meat high vegetable low risk ද එහෙම නැත්නම් vegetable high risk meat low risk ද එහෙම නැත්නම් දෙකම high risk ද දෙකම low risk ද මොකද්ද ඔයගොල්ලෝ හිතන්නේ? okay meat right meat vegetable චුට්ටක් හිතන්න සමහර vegetable තියෙනවා yeah perishable meat is high risk සමහර vegetable හරි එහෙම නැත්නම් මම මේක තව ගොත් fruits වර්ග ගත්තොත් right එතකොට අපි meat කියලා ගමු meat එක high risk කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගන්නවා මම මෙහෙම ගත්තොත් meat උයි fruits උයි ගත්තොත් මොකද high risk meat උයි fruits උයි ගත්තොත් පළතුරු මස් සහ පළතුරු ගත්තොත් මේ දෙකේ මොකද්ද high risk එක okay I said both Dilmini said meat Vidmi said both Oshidini said both what is your feedback I think both why both දැන් vegetable ගත්තොත් like now මේ ඉගෙන ගත්ත දේවල් අමතක කරන්න එපා ඔයගොල්ලෝ intended use කියලා එකක් කතා කරා vegetable ගත්තොත් හරි කලාතුරකින් තමයි අපි vegetable අමුවෙන් කන්නේ salad එකක් වගේ දැම්මොත් හැබැයි වැඩිපුර වෙලාවට vegetable යන්නේ මොනවාද cook වෙලා heat step එකක් ඇතුලේ යන්නේ so very rarely we eat like the raw vegetable right it anyway it goes through a heat process so there's a chance it can like kill all the microbes we are considering only micro heat problem right but if you take the fruits I mean like you are eating raw so if there's a contamination what will happen it goes into your body right so that's why like we consider both fruits and all consider as a kind of a high risk activity and if you happen to go to a 5-star hotel right sometimes like you have environmental friendly like resorts you can see that right so when you go to the environmental friendly resorts but you can see only the salad area or like fruit area dessert area is in a kind of AC compartment මම මේ දෙකුවේ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ සමහරට හොටෙල් එකකට ගියාම හොඳ 5 star කරන හොඳ හොටෙල් එකකට ගියාම ඒගොල්ලෝ environment friendly විතර කන බොන්න තැන් අනිත් ඒවා ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ ඇරලා open area එකේ හැබැයි අපේ desert area එකයි salad area එකයි මොකද කරලා තියෙන්නේ AC room එකක් ඇතුලේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ ඇයි temperature control කරන්න ඕන නිසා එතකොට meat area වල තියෙන ඒවල heat එක කොහොමද තියෙනවා දාලා හැබැයි අර area එකේ temperature control කරන්න දාලා තියෙනවා එතකොට මේක මාර important fact එකක් right so this will be like very important for you so environment so what are the environment so basically like we discuss about the GMP good manufacturing practices which is in line with that right let's move on now right now this is most important I think like everybody wants this area hazard analysis so basically said the food safety team shall conduct hazard analysis based on the preliminary information or determine the hazard that need to be controlled. The degree of control shall ensure the food safety and where appropriate, a combination of control measures shall be used. The method, once you develop a process flow diagram, we need to identify the hazard. Right now, we are going to do a hazard identification. So, what do you mean by hazard identification mean? We need to identify what are the source of hazard will be there. So, let me go back to that presentation. Hope you can see this format now. Can you all see this? Can you all see this?
Yes,
Team,
sir.
can you all see this? All right, excellent. So this format said like first step. So you can remember if you I hope you if you can remember when you go through the process flow diagram, you identify the previous process I mentioned. Like I'll basically give you a very simple example to do the hazard study. That is the tea making, plain tea making. But I'll take one industry experience making a styrofoam, right? So styrofoam granular storage. So they identify, you can see physical hazard, chemical hazard, microallergenic hazard. So there are the four type of hazard we will basically identify, right? And then some standard they are identifying like beyond this. So they go for genetically modified product or radioactive product. So they have more categories, but since we are stick to ISO 22000 and a codex as a part, we will stick to this. දැන් මේකේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට තේරෙනවා මේ hazard ಜಾති හතරක් කතා කරනවා. Physical hazard, chemical hazard, microbiological and allergenic hazard කියලා. එතකොට අපි කතා කරන්නේ මෙතන codex alimentous එකයි ISO 22000 standard එක නිසා අපි limit වෙනවා මේ කියන hazards අතරට. හැබැයි සමහරවිට අපි BRC හරි ඒ වගේ advanced standards වලට යනකොට සමහර වෙලාවට අපි කතා කරනවා genetically modified product ගැන කතා කරනවා. සමහරවිට අපි කතා කරනවා radioactive products materials තියෙන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. ඒ වගේ දේවල්. නමුත් අපි දැනට ඒ level එකට යන්නේ නැහැ. ඊළඟට මම මේ hazard study එකට මම ඔයගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ගන්නවා industry experience එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ අර Regiform box primary packaging manufacturing එක. මොකද අපිට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට food පැත්ත cover වෙලා තියෙන නිසා. ඒතර ඒකේ තියෙන process step එක ගන්න. හැබැයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මම දෙනවා example එක T වලට කරන්න. අපි ප්ලේන් ටිකක් හදාගන්න එක. මොකද ඒ concepts ටික ඔළුවට ගියාට පස්සේ අපිට හරිය ලේසි එතනින් එහාට මේ දේවල් කරන්න. එතකොට මෙතන එකක් තියෙනවා ස්ටෙප් එක. process දැන් මෙතන මාරම වැදගත් දේ තියෙන්නේ එක process step එකක් හරි වැරදුනොත් අපේ අතේ එක process step එකක් හරි මිස් වුනොත් මං කිව්වේ අර අන්නාසිය රටකජු එකට පිම්මින එකට ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ තේකේ තේ ටේස්ට් කරන එකට ඒ ස්ටෙප් එක මිස් වුනොත් ඒකට අදාළ හැසට්ස් ටික අපිට කිසිම දෙයක් හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. See, the main important part is if you miss one process step, right? If you miss one process step, then you are not going to consider any hazard belongs to that particular step. So that's why standard said, okay, you need to develop a process map. And then once you develop a process map, go through the physical activities and then identify that, right? So may make it so basically we said styrofoam granular storage, packing material storage, wrapping material storage, transfer styrofoam granular to the pre-expanded loader, packing material QC inspection for food safety and quality concern. pre-expanding process. So here's they basically identify what are the hazards. So these hazards are different from occupational health and safety hazards. So these hazards are which is going to impact to your customer, consumer, end user. මම තේ එකක් බොනවා නම් ඒ තේ එක බොනකොට මට යකඩ කැල්ලක් යන්න පුළුවන් ඇඟට. තේ එක බොනකොට ඒකත් එක්ක බුම්බු තෙල් ටිකක් යන්න පුළුවන්ද? තේ එක බොනකොට ඒකත් එක්කම මට පෙස්ටිසයිඩ් පෙවෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? තේ එක බොනකොට මට සල්මොනෙල්ලා හරි බැක්ටීරියා හරි මොනවා හරි දෙයක් එන්න පුළුවන්ද? එහෙම නැත්නම් තේ එක බීලා මට ඇලර්ජෙනික් එකක් එන්න පුළුවන්ද? ওই කතන්දර ටික තමයි අපි බලන්නේ. එතකොට මෙතන බලනවා ස්ටයිරෝෆෝම් ග්‍රැනියුලා එනකොට මේක ඉයර්ස් නෝ කියලා නෙමෙයි යන්නේ. නෝ නෑ. But years කිව්වනම් අපි දානවා මොනවාද මේ තියෙන්නේ කියලා. You can see this, right? So you don't like when you do a hazard analysis under chemical, physical, microallergenic, you just don't mention years, no, right? If it is years, you need to mention what it is, dust and other foreign matter. So here we are not talking about the metal pieces because it's styrofoam granules come from another process. So you don't need to worry about the metal pieces. Like, only thing you're worried about when you open up, there can be dust. Can we go foreign matters goes into that. So you have to elaborate everything, right? Packing material. Now, if I take another example. See, you can see styrofoam ball storage in silo. So silo actually made out of metal. So it's like metal particles, dust and hair, right? So these are like, you have to have a very detailed type of hazard, right? So what is the type of hazard, right? So this is the format we use. Standard doesn't give you any format, right? Now, let me go back to the presentation again. I hope you remember this. I'll come back to this, right? Let me go back to the presentation again. So standard said, okay, hazard identification and determining acceptable. So you don't need to go for the acceptable level. But now I want you to identify the hazard like related to tea making part. So for your betterment, I'll just keep that presentation with you. Right, this where is this? This one, packing. So can you identify the hazard relevant to tea making?